I'm showing you defense exhibit number 28, which Mr. Dreiser showed you as well, with a little smoking gazebo here. There we go. And I'm circling the left-hand side of my screen. And these signs here, which I'm circling on the right-hand side of the screen. The cul-de-sac where the truck is located is around this corner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you were backed in on the truck, you would be adjacent to these bushes and not, and I just want to make it clear because maybe I misunderstood, Mr. Dreiser, you would not be right here next to this smoking shack, would you?
No, likely hidden from view.
Mr. Dreiser mentioned a gap in video footage for 36 minutes when the blue truck leaves Pablo Hamlet for the first time and is not seen again until Fairway Lane prior to the homicide. And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 209, which we've previously gone over. Actually, I'm going to show you State's 208. This is kind of a silly question, but you can't know what you can't know, right?
Sounds right.
Earlier, you testified that here, this flag is 1511 Marsh Inlet, and that there are no surveillance cameras until we hit 25 Fairway Lane. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So the truck theoretically for 36 minutes could have been parked, gone by from Pablo Hamlet here, right by Marsh Inlet, which is on the corner, right?
It is.
And parked anywhere along this area with no cameras to observe its whereabouts.
That's correct.
And I want to show you a photograph that Mr. Dreiser did not show you, but was actually marked and entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 30. This is a photograph of the gravel parking lot at the Discovery School, which you testified to earlier. So if you were to come Shutter here, would you reach Pablo Hamlet?
Yes.
And if you were to leave Pablo Hamlet and turn back here, is this the parking lot of the Discovery School?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that you went to the Discovery School and they did not have any working surveillance cameras at the time of the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And this residence right here, what residence is that?
1511 Marsh Inlet.
The home of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
I have a brief recross
New grounds.
from the grounds that she just covered.
Okay.
Corporal, it's Wednesday at 6:58 to 7:12. That's the time period we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Then post that to the homicide gap, correct? That's the 36 minutes that she just asked you about.
Correct.
That's a school, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that there was a truck parked in that gravel parking lot that matched the description of the truck you're looking for? The answer is no one. No one told you there was a blue truck there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Nobody told you there was a blue truck matching the description of the truck that you've been testifying to at the Paddle Creek Observatory, correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. And nobody told you that along the whole roadway where the golf course is and the nice little wooden fence that makes up, what is that, 15th?
15th, that's correct.
Nobody told you there was a blue truck parked there that matched the description of the truck that was blasted all over the news that everybody was looking for, did they?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further for the witness?
No, Your Honor. You can be excused.
All right. Thank you, Corporal.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, it's 10 minutes to noon. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. If you would leave your notepads on your chair, retire to the jury room and we'll set up your lunch, okay? Thank you, Corporal. Sorry about that. You can go ahead and, thank you. All right, everyone can be seated. Is there anything that we need to take up? What does the afternoon look like?
Your Honor, the state's next.
Full?
Sorry, Mr. Mizrahi.
Full to 5?
We have the lead detective, Chris Johns, next. Mr. Dresser's let me know his cross is going to be quite lengthy,
Okay.
so we'll see how far we get. And then we have 2 other witnesses on standby. I'd like to get through all 3 if we can.
Okay,
I would be really surprised if I could finish with John's today. It's the whole case.
okay.
His
All right,
depo,
we'll
just to
take,
give you an idea, was
thanks for
2 days.
giving me, I'm just trying to get an idea. So no worries, like you all take your time, all right? Thank you, and we'll be in recess for the lunch hour. We'll come back at 1 PM. Thank you. Can I see the lawyers really quick? Mr. Dreiser. Thank you.
Attention. National, we not calling the phone citizen.
Thank you. Be seated.
Be seated. Attorney now.
Burrell. No screen.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. If the lawyers would place their appearances on the record.
Alan Mizrahi, Christina Stifler, and Steve Siegel on behalf of the state.
Thanks.
James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Ginny Nepstead, and Shannon Day on behalf of Mario Fernandez to my media.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything that we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, ready to bring in the jury?
State's ready.
Mr. Holman? Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon, members of the jury. We hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We are continuing on with the state's case. Mr. Mizrahi.
May it please the court. State calls Brett Burrell. Brett Burrell, Detective Brett Burrell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. You could walk all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way. Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
May it please the court. Detective, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, my name is Brett Burrell. I'm a detective with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been with Jacksonville Beach?
22 years.
What have you done with the department during the course of your career?
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
What have you done for the department during the course of your career?
I started off in uniform patrol and then I went through, back into detectives and I've been there for probably 10 or so years, 12 years.
The jury heard a little bit about how Jacksonville Beach Police Department works. Could you explain to the jury what detectives do for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Sure, we're a smaller agency. So unlike a lot of your other larger agencies or a sheriff's office, they have units that specialize, they have units that specialize in given crimes. So whether it be an auto burglary or property crime, sex crimes, economics crimes, or homicides, we kind of get tasked in the unit that I'm in general investigations. So we get tasked with investigating all of those. And in a given week, we could have any of those or all those kind of cases up on our desk.
Were you so employed as a detective in general investigations back in February of 2022?
I was not. I was actually a detective with our street crimes unit where I'd spend most of my time.
So what were you doing in the street crimes unit?
Primarily, it's advice, narcotics, guns, drug gangs, things like that.
Did the Jared Bridegan homicide bring all hands on decks to investigate this?
Again, we're a smaller agency, so what has the tendency is when something major like this happens, it's an all hands on deck. Everybody gets called to help in some manner.
You were not the lead detective on this case.
No, sir, it was not.
That's going to be Detective Chris Johns.
Yes, sir.
Did you help Detective Johns in the investigation of this case?
Once I got called to the crime scene, that was by the Detective Sergeant Young. Was called to the crime scene at 8. He called me at 9:40 at night. I get there quarter after 10, and was kind of immediately tasked with going and starting to do kind of like a neighborhood canvas in that area to see if anybody heard or saw anything.
And the jury's already seen a lot about the crime scene, so we don't need to go much into that. Did you perform the duty of notifying Shanna Gardner of Jared Bridegan's homicide?
Later that evening, 12:39 or so, we had gone back to the police department, had a brief discussion, and then at 12:39, Detective Lamont, who was second in this investigation, we drove over to the Gardner residence and we made the notification there, or Detective Lamont made the notification.
So you were just there. Lamont actually did the talking.
Yes, sir.
So approximately what time was this?
So again, we got to the house at 12:39, and then we were there until about 1 o'clock in the morning.
So after that, was there anything of investigatory note during the notification?
No, not really.
Did you respond later that day in the daytime?
Later that morning, when we had returned to the police department, we were kind of again, what are our tasks? What things need to be need to be done? So we were starting to do neighborhood canvassing of the sort again, and it was asked to go back over there and take the look to see if there was. I made contact with Mrs. Garner to see if there's anything that she knew or if she had anything with video wise that we could capture.
Approximately how far, and I think the jury will see or has seen a map to show that Marsh Inlet Court is about 2 miles or so north from where the homicide took place?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been entered to evidence as Stakes Exhibit 205. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Marsh Inlet Court, the house you respond to? I guess I should give this particular address. I had it written down. Anyway, is this the Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez?
The publisher.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to get the address. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. That's the house.
I guess it's on the Google picture here. 1511 Marsh Inlet Court. Okay. So when you responded in the daytime, were you interested in what we can see? It Stakes Exhibit 205, which is this little ring camera.
Yes, sir.
And did you view the ring camera footage as provided to you by Ms. Gardner?
I did.
And was there anything noted during the pertinent time of the dropping off of the children at 7:40 ish until the homicide?
No, sir.
Nothing was recorded?
I didn't remember seeing anything of noteworthy, no.
So after, did you end up doing investigation with regard to Mario Fernandez's rental properties?
I think it was on the 23rd of February. This was a few days after the homicide, just as a cursory. We knew we were starting to look for a blue truck, and we just went over to Detective Connor and I went over to 5239 Potomac Avenue just to see if we saw a blue truck over in the driveway or in the vicinity.
Did you get out and interview anyone at that address back in February of 2022?
No, sir.
So it was just kind of a drive-by.
Absolutely.
Did you see any blue trucks or anything of evidentiary value?
No, sir.
Fast forward to July of 2022, did you respond back to that address?
July 18th, we went back and we were going to go and speak with Mr. Ordway, but we'll end up going to 5239. Yes, sir.
And that's 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And I think the jury knows this, but the Potomac Avenue address is in the northwest quadrant of Jacksonville.
As I recall, it's something like 20 miles probably to the northwest of where we're at.
So it's a good distance from Jacksonville Beach,
Yes, sir.
cross town, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
So when you responded to the residence, was Mr. Ordway present?
He was.
And was Mr. Ordway a tenant at that address?
He was.
Did an additional person show up at that address?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Henry Tenon.
Did you determine that whether or not Mr. Tenon was living there at the time?
It was my understanding that Mr. Tenon was not living there at the time.
Was there anything of evidentiary note that you noticed outside of that residence?
There was a it was a Bridgestone. Sorry, I had to think about that. It was a Bridgestone truck tire that was found by the garage.
Explain to the jury why seeing a tire leaning up against the garage, why did you take note of it?
It's actually kind of a story. So as Mr. Tenon had pulled into the driveway, Detective Lamont was talking to Mr. Ordway, and I was just basically there as basically an assistant, or what we call it 35, just assisting another officer, just kind of watching the area. And Mr. Tenon backs up his Crown Victoria into the parking lot, or not the parking garage, but the driveway. And as he gets out, he opens up the trunk and he takes out a metal dog bowl and he sets it down and he starts filling it up. And I'm watching what he's doing because that's just trying to make sure that we're all safe. I don't know Mr. Tenon or anybody there. And
Let me interrupt you. I didn't hear what he was doing.
he was filling up a dog bowl.
Dog bowl, okay.
And as he's filling up the dog bowl, I happened to see a tire, and that seemed odd because I don't know. It seemed like maybe I'd seen that tire before. I really didn't know what I had at that point. I started talking with Mr. Tenon because I knew that was ultimately we were going to want to talk to him as well, just because he was on the property. And as Detective Lamont finished his conversation with Mr. Ordway and began talking to Mr. Tenon, I asked Mr. Ordway about the tire, and he said I asked Mr. Ordway about the tire.
So you don't have to tell us what Mr. Ordway said, but was Mr. Ordway agreeable for you disposing of the tire?
He was.
And were you, I guess, like, could you have seized the tire from another way, or did they have to give you permission?
It's on private property, so he would have had him given me permission.
Which he did do.
He did.
And that was Mr. Ordway that gave you that permission.
It was.
Okay. So what made you think that you should take that tire?
The explanation was that the tire was found by the side of the road, and that had been found back up by the garage. A tire by the side of the road doesn't really mean anything, but Suddenly now it's back up by the side of the house, which was reportedly going to be thrown away. And oddly enough, it looked like maybe the tire that was kind of at our scene. So I just hedged my bets. I wasn't sure really what we had, but it seemed interesting enough at the time. And I asked him if I could take the tire and throw it away or dispose of it for him.
Did anyone claim ownership of that tire?
No,
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as Stakes Exhibit 97. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict where that tire was that you saw when you went and interviewed Mr. Ordway?
it does. I took the photo.
With your phone?
Yes, sir.
Pretty cool. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as Stakes Exhibit 100. And if you need to stand up to see the tire, you may, Your Honor.
Do you want him over there?
I don't think he needs to be over here as
Okay.
long as he can see it from there. It may be easier for him. And do you see States Exhibit 100?
Give him a moment.
Yes.
I do. That's the tire.
And the States Exhibit 90 is going to be the tire that you and your fellow officers recovered at the Jared Bridegan homicide scene,
Correct.
which you saw right next to States Exhibit 100.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, States Exhibit 100 did not have a rim inside of it.
It did not.
So even though the two tires look the same, did you endeavor to find out whether or not these two tires actually had any similarities to each other?
You got to love Google. Yes, I actually got onto Google and started looking at the DOT numbers that are on the tire. And according to Google, and ultimately later through Bridgestone itself, they matched, or they appeared to match at least the same date and manufacturer plan.
Okay, and I have a couple more pictures I guess I'm supposed to show. States Exhibit 98 and States Exhibit 99, those are going to be the other pictures you took of that tire.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's the back of your truck.
It is. And this is actually at the police department. So, but yes.
So let's look at the information from Michelin. This is going to be pursuant to States Exhibit 175 and the certified business record. Do you see that on your screen, Detective?
I do.
For the record, I know the jury can read it on their own, but if you could just read that into the record for record purposes.
This is addressed to Mr. Currier, who was a detective with us at the time. Says a complete DOT number of the sidewall of the tire provides certain information, manufacturing plant, and optional code numbers for size and dimensional code for the sculpture and for the week and the year the tire was manufactured. You have requested information associated with the 265/60 R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tire,
Just go a little bit slower for the court, if you could. Thank you.
bearing the following DOT number AP80 2T114718. That DOT number conveys the following information. AP, plant code indicating that the tire was manufactured in Michelin, North America's Ador, Oklahoma plant. 80, optional code for size. 2T11's dimensional code for the sculpture. And 4718, the tire was manufactured on the 47th week of 2018. The same DOT number is assigned to all 265/60 R18 BF Goodrich Advantage TA tires made at the Adamore, Oklahoma plant, the 47th week, 2018.
So that information provided in States 175 is the information contained on both States Exhibit 90 and States Exhibit 100, the two different tires that were recovered in this case.
It was.
Did you also conduct investigation with regard to Henry Tenon in this case?
I did.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that Henry Tenon or his father had a registration to a blue Ford Lariat F-150 later model?
I did.
Ms. Stifler, do we have that? If we could find that one, please. Did you, as a detective, endeavor to try to find that Ford F-150?
Myself and several other people did. Yes, sir.
Is part of what you did actually getting in a helicopter and flying over property associated with Mr. Tenon to see if you could find the truck there?
Well, it was associated with interview with Mr. Biggerstaff, and ultimately it was believed through a conversation that that vehicle, the Ford F-150, may be somewhere up on that hunting club.
And you were unsuccessful in finding that vehicle, thank you.
We were.
So we'll show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 177. Is this that state of Georgia motor vehicle registration to Henry Tenon's father?
It appears so, yes.
Well, let me. Ah, there. It was just so small. And do we see that on the registration, the Henry Clement Tenon?
Yes, sir.
Did you also find evidence that Henry Tenon had that car serviced at a tire store back in 2022?
Yes, sir. There was a discount tire off 103rd Street in Jacksonville.
And I'm showing what's been entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 174. Is this that discount tire receipt that indicates that 2 tires were purchased, but only 1 tire was disposed of?
Yes, sir.
And in States 174, we see the name Henry Tenon with the address of 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
With the 2000 Ford F-150 information Lariat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 2 tires, but only 1 disposed of. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment here?
Yes.
No more questions, John.
Right, thank you. Cross-examination? Mr.
Yes, Your
Hill?
Honor.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Nice to meet you as well.
I want to walk through a couple points. At 12:36 on the 17th, 12:36 a.m. on February 17th, 2022.
Okay.
I believe that's when you left the Jacksonville Beach Police Department to drive over to the Gardner Fernandez residence.
Let me just refer to my
Please.
offense incident report, please. You're correct with the time. Yes, sir.
That's about 3/10 of a mile from the police station. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, 3/10, 2/10, something like that.
And I believe to Mr. Mizrahi's question, you said you got there at 12:39.
I believe I misspoke, but to my report here, it says 12:36. We met, I'm sorry, at 12:36, we drove there, so we would have been there very shortly thereafter.
Sure. And you saw Shanna Gardner
Yes, sir.
and Mario Fernandez.
We did.
You didn't call before you went over there, correct?
We did not.
Just showed up, knocked on the door, and they answered.
Yes, sir.
Invited you into the house.
Absolutely.
Totally cooperative with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a law enforcement officer for, now you said 19 years, or 19 years at the time in 2022?
I've been in law enforcement now 22 years.
Long time.
Yes, sir.
Part of your job is making observations.
Yes, sir.
This is the, at the time, probably the biggest case to have occurred in Jacksonville Beach in quite a long time.
Yes, sir.
All hands on deck, I believe, is what your response was to Mr. Mizrahi.
Yes, sir.
Your office had already had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Bridegan earlier that evening, correct?
Yes, sir. I wasn't part of that, but yes, sir.
But Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez's name had already been brought up to your understanding.
Yes, sir.
So when you get to their residence, you're going in to make this notification, or Detective Lamont is, but you're there as, what'd you call it? 3-5?
It's just, yeah, we're there to assist one another. So we're going to a residence. We don't know anything about it, but we always go in pairs of two. It's
But Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner had already been mentioned by Ms. Bridegan. You guys have arrived at the residence and you're making observations while you're there, correct?
Yes, sir.
No observations that Mr. Fernandez seems nervous.
No, sir.
He's sweating profusely.
No, sir.
He's being evasive.
No, sir.
And this is what, maybe 4.5 hours after the homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would have made any of those observations, they would have been in that report that you were just referencing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly if they're not there, you didn't make any of those observations.
I made those observations. I didn't note that in my report, but there was nothing that stood out as being,
Didn't see him fumbling with a cell phone or anything during the 30-45 minutes you were there?
no, sir.
Okay. Certainly if you saw something like that, where he seemed like he was messing with his cell phone, panicking, anything like that, you would have noted that.
Perhaps.
Mr. Mizrahi took you July 18th, where ultimately you went over to Potomac for the second time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the tires?
Yes.
I'm going to try to wheel these things over here for you. This was the tire you found at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Does this tire fit a Toyota Tundra?
I don't know, sir.
But it certainly matched a Ford F-150, did it not?
It will ultimately match the vehicle or the tire that was found at the scene.
Sure. This tire,
Yes, sir.
okay? This was the one that was left in the middle of the roadway, ultimately where Mr. Bridegan was murdered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand this was DNA tested, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that they found Mr. Tenon's DNA on that tire.
I understand that.
Okay. This tire you found at Potomac on the 18th when you went, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of by a stroke of luck, right? I
Absolutely.
believe that was Ms. Stifler's statement in her opening. It was just luck.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were there, you said you saw Mr. Ordway, who was the current tenant, and you also saw Henry Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see Mario Fernandez, did you?
I did not.
He didn't show up at all while you were there.
No, sir.
And you came to learn that Henry Tenon actually used to live at Potomac, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you found a tire owned by Mr. Tenon that fit the truck driven by Mr. Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what the state just showed you, which is states 177. That's a registration, correct? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Detective? Can you tell me where on there it says Mario Fernandez?
It does not.
Okay. Whose name is that truck registered to?
According to the registration, that's Henry Tenon.
Do you see Henry Tenon in the courtroom?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm showing you now what is states 174. I believe this was the tire invoice you just testified to. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir. I was just
Okay.
making sure that was the same one.
Yes, sir. And I see a name up in the top left-hand corner. What name is that?
Henry Tenon,
Okay, and what address is that to?
5239 Potomac Avenue.
Okay, and that's where you understood that Mr. Tenon resided at some point?
At some point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that's also where you located that tire?
It is.
Okay, and again, do you see Mario Fernandez's name anywhere on this document?
No, sir, I do not.
Safe to say that you confirmed that Henry Tenon owns the truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Henry Tenon bought the tires, correct?
I don't know that.
It's his name on the invoice, was it not?
It is, but I don't know who actually paid for it, but that's who's on the invoice.
You had experience for what? You said 23 years in law enforcement?
22, sir.
How long have you been driving a car?
Few years.
And you bought tires, I'm assuming, over those years?
I have.
Do they normally put other people's names on tires when you go and purchase them?
No, but the reason I say that is because the manager that I spoke with wasn't entirely sure it was Henry Tenon either, so I can't say for certain, but his name is at the top of that receipt.
He didn't say a little short Peruvian man came in and bought tires for somebody else's truck, did they?
No, sir, he did not.
And did I understand correctly, you took a helicopter ride looking for the truck?
We did.
Is that the first time you took a helicopter ride looking for a vehicle?
Actually, it was the second time. It was kind of cool.
I imagine it would be. And ultimately, that truck was found, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Was it found at a property owned by Henry Tenon, excuse me, by Mario Fernandez?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think he owns it.
So you would agree all the evidence and testimony you just reviewed with Mr. Mizrahi is related to Henry Tenon, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of your testimony actually had anything to do with Mario Fernandez, did it?
Well, other than that, it was the property that Mr. Fernandez owned. No.
Sure. He rented, correct?
Mr. Tenon,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
You also mentioned that you were on the the street crime unit at the time that you were called into this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you dealt with gangs and drugs and stuff out in the Jacksonville Beach area?
We did.
Okay. There's some public housing over there. They call it the Hill over there in Jacksonville Beach.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's other rental properties throughout Jacksonville Beach, right?
It's a coastal community. There's drugs all throughout
No,
it.
no, no, not drugs, but I mean rental properties. There's rental properties everywhere.
Absolutely.
And certainly in your experience, you have gone and investigated crimes occurring at rental properties that had nothing to do with the landlords.
Correct.
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Excused, but subject to recall.
All right, detective, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Stay in contact with the attorneys, all right? The state will call its next witness, please. Ms. Stifler?
The state calls Detective Chris Johns.
Detective Chris Johns. Good afternoon, detective. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, this way. Detective, watch your step, okay? Make sure that you get a little bit closer to the microphone. You may proceed.
It looks like we're having some technical difficulties with the evidence cart. I'll get started.
Do you need a moment?
No, ma'am, I'm not doing anything to it. It keeps flashing in and out, on and off. Oh, it's that one. Yeah, there we go. All right. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to our jurors, please?
My name is Detective Chris Johns. I work for the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Detective Johns, I want to go through a little bit of your educational background and job history.
Okay.
Let's start with your educational background. Can you describe it for the jury, please?
I have some college. I did not finish college. I then went to the police academy. Most of my education has been through career education or on-the-job training.
And you're going to testify twice before this jury. One time in regards to some financial records. So I'll save some of that for then. But can you very briefly give the jury your background in finance?
When I turned 18, I got a job at Citibank working in customer service. I became interested in the financial industry in general. So I moved on, became a mortgage banker, and I spent several years working in retail banking, usually in a branch setting. I eventually decided I wanted to continue on that, and I became a sales assistant for an investment advisor. Eventually went on to become a financial advisor and get my broker's license and become a firm principal. And then prior to that, I became a compliance analyst for an investment firm.
And this was a career you had prior to being a police officer.
Yes, correct.
Okay. What made you change careers from financial advising to a Jacksonville Beach police officer?
I actually had a client who was a police officer as a financial advisor, and I used to go on ride-alongs with him, and I loved it and kind of fell in love. And I said, I think I want to do that.
Let's talk a little bit about your experience at Jax Beach Police Department. How long did you work at Jax Beach?
I worked there for 10 months in 2010, and then I ended up having to leave due to my spouse's job. And then I was gone for a little while, and I came back in 2018.
And when you said you had to leave for your spouse's job, that was a move from the Jacksonville area.
Correct. We had to move to South Florida, so I had to relocate.
And when you came back to Jacksonville, you resumed your employment with Jax Beach Police.
That's correct.
What's your current employment status at Jax Beach?
I work part-time still in our general investigation unit. And then I also have another business where we do financial planning and tax planning.
And are you transitioning back into the financial planning world?
I am committed to them to see the few cases that I have left, and then I'm not sure what I'm going to do after that.
You and your spouse own your own financial planning company.
That's correct.
Okay. At the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, can you describe for the jurors what training you had to go through in order to become a police officer?
So just in general, to become a police officer, you're going to go through the police academy, which is about 770 hours or was back then. Afterwards, you go through a 16-week FTO process or field training process where you're riding with a senior officer and they're grading you on how you do and showing you the ropes, if you will. On top of that, I've probably done about 1,000 hours of training post academy. 300 of that has been in either crime scene investigation or criminal investigation, and then about 120 of that specifically in death investigation, suicide, or homicide. Admittedly, most of that happened after this case started.
But prior to your involvement in this case in February of 2022, had you been a police officer on your own for quite some time?
Yes,
What year did you graduate academy?
in 2014.
And you actually had the highest GPA in your graduating class, is that right?
I did, yes.
Tell me about some of the positions you held with Jacksonville Beach Police prior to joining the General Investigations Unit, which you were a member of back in 2022.
So in order to apply for the General Investigations Unit, you have to have 2 years in patrol, or at least you did during that time period. And part of that, so I had at least 2 years, and then I also served as a crime scene investigator or evidence technician, as they were called back then, before joining GIU. Part of the process when you're wanting to move into general investigations is they want to see what type of initiative you've taken on yourself to develop skills as an investigator. How many independent investigations have you taken on versus just passing off to the unit?
I'm going to stop you right there, just so I make sure that I don't know if I've said this or someone else has. What is GIU stand for?
So the General Investigations Unit,
Okay.
which in Jacksonville Beach, we're a smaller agency than, the sheriff's office. We basically have two units. There's the Special Investigations Unit, which handles vice or drug related crimes. And then General Investigations Unit, which is going to handle any serious or major crime that doesn't involve drugs or a vice thing.
Would that include things like robberies, burglaries, and homicides?
That's correct.
To become first of all, how long have you been a member of the GIU?
I was actually very new to the unit. I think I joined in December of 2021.
In order to join the General Investigations Unit with the Jacksonville Beach Police, do you just get to ask to go and sign up?
No, they'll put out a memo saying that there's an open position available. Then a bunch of people will apply and there'll be an interview process and then they'll make a selection.
Is it competitive?
It is competitive, yes.
And you mentioned that you were fairly new to the GI unit prior to the homicide of Jared Bridegan in February 2022.
Correct.
Prior to being assigned as the lead detective on the homicide of Jared Bridegan in February 2022, had you ever worked as a lead detective on a homicide?
No.
Did you have some homicide experience through your time as a crime scene investigator?
I had worked one other homicide, shadowing actually as a crime scene investigator. And then I had probably worked 15 or 20 other death or suicide investigations prior to that.
At the time of Jared's death back in February of 2022, how did assignments come out on homicides? For example, how did you come to be the lead detective on this particular homicide?
So anytime in GIU, there's a rotating on-call schedule. And if you are the on-call detective when a case happens, while you might be supported by other members of the team, ultimately that case lands in your lap and you're the lead on it.
At Jacksonville Beach Police, as a GIU detective on a homicide, do you work independently and solo on cases?
No, any type of major investigation, it's really a team effort. And sometimes depending on the size of the investigation, it could even be a team effort between the larger detective unit. And we might also bring in, as we did in this case, bring in outside agencies to assist as well.
So in this particular case, who were members of the team that you worked with, or how many?
There were 5 people in the General Investigations Unit, another 5 or so in the Special Investigations Unit. We also worked very closely with the ATF and at times also with the FBI.
And in this particular case, did you have help or assistance and team members working closely with you from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, or as we're calling it now, ATF?
Yeah, no case in this magnitude is worked in a silo. Everyone kind of works together. It's a very much a team approach. There's no way that 1 or even 2 detectives, I don't care how seasoned you were, could have worked a case of this magnitude. It was certainly a team effort.
So let's go to February 16th, 2022. You were the on-call GIU detective that date.
Yes.
And what is the difference between a detective and a first responder when it comes to how you approach responding to a homicide scene?
So when a call comes out, especially a call that has some, violent nexus to it, like a gunshot, stabbing, anything like that, the first job of the first responder is to stop the killing, protect any lives that are there, make sure that the scene is safe for fire rescue personnel, and then if possible to help provide life-saving measures.
And how is that different from your role as a detective when you respond to a scene?
Once the detectives get there, the scene is already secured. There's going to be crime scene tape already up. We're looking at it from a completely different standpoint, a much more methodical approach, investigative approach.
I'm going to go through a PowerPoint while we're speaking. So I'm showing you, it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 198. This is a map with a red outline. And can you tell the jury what this map depicts?
The outline here is basically the city of Jacksonville Beach.
And you're drawing on it with a map for the record. Is that your jurisdiction as a Jacksonville Beach police officer?
Yes.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 209. This is a Google map of the same area that was a smaller area. And this particular homicide, we've had several detectives testify, occurred in the most kind of southern border of that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this area here, the Sanctuary neighborhood, Sanctuary Boulevard?
Yes, I am.
And can you describe for the jury the demographic makeup of that neighborhood? And by demographics, I mean, is it residential or is it businesses?
It's an exclusively residential area. There are no businesses anywhere there. It really offers, it's really a feeder street into the Sanctuary neighborhood. And there's actually a gated neighborhood back there called the Sanctuary. So, and it is used to cut through by some residents who live near there, but mostly it is just a way in and out of the Sanctuary.
So when you responded on February 16th of 2022, the scene was already secured. Did you conduct a walkthrough of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And this is States Exhibit 3. This is a video that the evidence technicians took of the scene. We can see here it's very dark on this street. Can you describe the conditions and lighting that night?
This area is well known to be by officers that it's extremely dark. I mean, almost to the point where you can't see your hand in front of your face. As you can see in the video, that they're using flashlights, and you can still almost barely see the car if it didn't have its lights on. It's a very dark and not extremely well traveled.
When you arrived, was the victim still on scene?
Yes, he was.
And were there civilians on standby of people that had arrived on the scene for you to speak with?
I don't recall if they had been sent to the police station at that point or if they were still there.
While on scene, did you identify the victim as someone by the name of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
How did you identify who he was?
They ran the plate on the vehicle and then pulled up his driver's license photo, and you could tell by seeing the victim on the ground and his photo that it matched.
And were you aware when you arrived or were advised at some point that there was a child with
Yes.
Mr. Bridegan when he died? So explain to the jury what your first steps are in this investigation.
When you get a case like this, the first thing is okay, what can you derive from the scene itself? This is not a well-traveled area. There's a tire laying in the middle of the road. So it seemed like it was placed there to get this vehicle to stop. So then the question is this a carjacking? Is this a robbery? And really that night we weren't really sure. There were no signs of robbery. He still had his jewelry, his AirPods, his wallet. So we were thinking that was probably not the case.
And in terms of it being a carjacking, would the presence of the tire lead you to believe it was not a carjacking? Because it's hard to drive away in someone's car if it's blocked by a tire.
Correct. It would be difficult to, I mean, not impossible, but it would be fairly difficult, and it certainly doesn't seem like something that you would do if you were planning on driving the car away.
Did you consider the possibility that there had been some kind of dispute, either a road rage, something along those lines?
At that time, no, not really, but later in the investigation, absolutely.
So did you begin canvassing or sending officers to canvass to see if there had been any eyewitnesses to the killing?
Patrol officers, and then we called in the SIU units to go and do an initial canvass that evening just to see if there were any suspicious people around, if they noticed anyone. Some people said that they heard anything, but we couldn't find anyone who said that they actually saw anything.
So that night, one of your priorities would have been getting a description if there was a potential suspect or suspects or vehicle description.
Correct.
From the canvassing that night by the patrol officers and your fellow detectives, was anyone able to come up with a suspect or vehicle description that night?
No.
Meaning nobody saw what happened.
Correct.
Did you speak to some people that had come across the scene after Jared had been shot.
Yes, there was two older ladies who just happened to be leaving a birthday. They were there, and then we also spoke to a couple people that I think you might have already met earlier who took Bexley out of the car and were on scene pretty quickly after this happened.
So when you arrived, there were individuals, you said some older ladies that were at a birthday,
Yes,
and they had been in a vehicle at the scene.
correct,
And then the vehicle behind them contained some individuals who had taken the child out of the car.
correct.
And did yourself or detectives with your team speak to those individuals to see if they had any relevant information?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Shane Borgia that evening. Other officers spoke with the ladies, and then they were actually contacted later to get more information from them.
And were they able to give you any suspect descriptions, vehicle descriptions, or any indication of how the homicide went down?
No,
I say went down, I mean the manner in which it was committed.
no, everyone who arrived after it had already occurred.
What time did the first 911 call for the homicide come in? If you don't remember the exact time, you can give me an approximation.
I think it was 7:59. It was like maybe 6 or 8 minutes after the shooting, the last shot.
And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but how do you know what time the shooting actually occurred?
The shooting was actually captured on a nearby, or not really that nearby. There was a camera on a rooftop, and the gentleman just happened to be out working or loading stuff in his vehicle, and that caused his camera to capture the shooting.
Or the last shot?
The last shot, excuse me.
And the time on that, the timestamp on that camera was 7:52 p.m.
Correct.
All right, so that night, besides Mr. Borgia, who else did you speak with?
I also spoke with Kirsten Bridegan
Where did you speak with Mrs. Bridegan?
at the police station.
And she arrived on her own?
She was with her mother.
Did you make the notification to her that her husband had been killed?
I can't remember if it was me or my sergeant that did it.
That evening, you spoke to her. Did you conduct a recorded interview, Mirandize her, interrogate her?
No, we did not.
Why not?
Generally, we do record everything that goes on in one of our rooms. It's the nature of why they exist. However, we made a decision that evening not to record a widow who had just found out that her husband had been killed.
You're making a notification to someone their husband had died. You're not interrogating a suspect at that point.
That's correct.
All right. Other than Mrs. Bridegan and Mr. Borgia, did you speak with anyone else that night who seemed to have any type of relevant information?
No,
And detectives and patrol officers were delegated to go canvass and try to see if there were any other witnesses.
that's correct.
I want to talk now about the days following the homicide and the development of into your initial investigation.
Okay.
So having looked at the scene, seeing that it was not consistent with what you know to be consistent with a robbery or a carjacking, what did you investigate next?
The first thing we did was a geofence, basically, and we also did a tower dump. So basically, what we're looking for in that instance is we get a search warrant to get data from Google or the cell phone providers to see if we can identify any devices that don't belong in the area. We know we're going to pick up some devices of people who we knew were already there or people who live near the scene, but we were looking for any outliers of that.
When you say a tower dump, you're referring to you can send a search warrant to a cell phone carrier and get a list of the phone numbers that utilized a tower in close proximity to a certain location like a homicide scene.
That's correct.
Does that depend on those devices being on and using cellular data?
Yes,
Geofence is similar, but it involves your usage of Google and Google devices.
correct. It's anytime you have it, anytime you're using any type of Google product, they're most likely collecting data points about where you're located at.
And like a tower dump, does that rely on the device that's utilizing Google being powered on and using Google products?
Yes,
Okay. Did you receive a return from that and follow up on those numbers for both the geofence and the tower dump?
the tower dump's a little bit more difficult because the geographic location is so small in Jacksonville Beach. There are only a couple of towers. There were nothing that popped out at us. But the geofence was something that we more focused on, but it also did not return anything that was a viable lead.
Did you look at any, chase down any leads, look at numbers, investigate the people that belong to those phone
Yeah.
numbers or devices?
Every person that we identified was either someone who lived, we could verify that they lived within our geographic area, or someone that we already knew was there and they were not a suspect.
So you had numbers that you could not identify as residents, and then you eventually cross-referenced them with all the names that were brought up in this case that could potentially be involved.
That's correct.
And that did not lead to any investigative leads.
No, it did not.
After doing that, what else did you look into as a next step? You mentioned earlier that you did not consider the possibility of a dispute or road rage that night, but later on, tell the jury about that investigation.
We basically started doing what we call victimology, which is where we try to learn everything we can about a victim. Usually, not always, but usually when someone is murdered, there is a reason. It is due to a conflict that they have in their life. So we tried to learn everything we could about Jared Bridegan. Who was he as a person, an employee? Where did he go? And we literally looked at everywhere that he frequented, the people that he hung out with, and we started basically just crossing things off the list.
Did you retrace his steps that evening
Yes, we did.
and tell the jury about what you uncovered, where you went, what kind of evidence you collected?
We found out that he was there for date night, and that was explained to us what date night was, where he would go and pick up his kids from his ex-wife's home. They would go out to eat, and then he would take them back home. We found out that they went to Bearded Pig, so we went to Bearded Pig. We interviewed the staff to determine if maybe he had gotten into some kind of dispute with someone at the restaurant. We received footage of their parking lot to see if maybe there was some type of incident in the parking lot. And then we kind of followed him around, and he went to Wendy's after that, and then kind of back to drop his kids off. Everywhere we looked, there was no there's nothing to suggest that he had been in some type of road rage event or had gotten into kind of confrontation with anyone that evening.
So you went to the restaurant he ate at, interviewed the staff, pulled surveillance. Did you pull surveillance at the Wendy's as well?
There was very limited surveillance there, but yes, we did.
And you saw no indication that you could see him having an altercation with someone or anyone following him or any kind of cars almost hitting each other, stealing a parking spot, something like that.
From what we could see, there was nothing like that.
So you said generally people are murdered for a reason. Did that mean that you had, at some point in the days following the homicide, eliminated this as a potential random act of violence?
The evidence did not suggest that that's what this was.
And how so?
Going back and looking at Mr. Bridegan's life, he didn't seem to have, there was no gambling debts, there was no history of drug use. He didn't seem to have any conflict in his life, that would cause this. And then you go back to the scene and you factor in both what we learned about him as a person and then also the evidence at the scene, which is more and more leading us towards that this was an intentional act that had been committed.
And when you say intentional act, do you mean specific to Mr. Bridegan himself?
That's correct.
What about the evidence of the scene made you believe that this was intended specifically for him?
Well, you have a not a very well-traveled area, very dark at night. A rim is thrown out in the front of his vehicle or is placed there to get him to stop, and he is shot and killed.
You talked about something you called victimology. As part of that process, what do you do?
We will pull their phone records, find out who they associate with on a normal basis. We'll pull their bank account records to see where they spend their money at, how they earn their money. Then we will start whittling down who are their known associates, who do they spend their time with. And then we'll start talking to those people and trying to find out what type of person we have.
Did you pull Jared Bridegan's financial records?
Yes.
Did you pull his wife, Kirsten Bridegan's financial records?
Yes.
Did you pull their phone records?
Yes.
Did you take Mr. Bridegan's phone and other electronic devices to be forensically examined?
Yes, we did.
And by that, that means we use in common language, the phrase dump his phones, dump his devices.
Yes,
And did you review that data?
we did.
Was there anything you found in his financials, phone records, or devices that gave you any leads to investigate as to potentially a suspect that had intentionally sought to kill him?
There was nothing to suggest in his phone records, his bank accounts, or any of his electronic devices that we feared that would cause him to be murdered.
Was there anyone that you were looking at in those early days as potentially of interest to you in this investigation in regards to a motive or reason to intentionally target Mr. Bridegan?
I think anytime you have a homicide investigation or really any major crime, it's kind of the old adage that everybody's a suspect until you're not, and that's how we kind of look at these things. And we started to kind of whittle away at the possible suspect list. One name that just kept coming up and up, and really kind of the only ongoing conflict we could find in his life, everyone kept kind of pointing us back to
Response.
Here I'm discussing the steps of his investigation and effect on listener.
I'll sustain it.
Let me think of a way to rephrase this without telling me what people told you. Did you begin to narrow down your list of people of interest to any particular individuals?
Let me see you at sidebar. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The detective, after eliminating some of these possibilities, looking at surveillance, retracing the victim's steps, looking at his devices, pulling financial records, pulling phone records, conducting witness interviews, did you begin to perceive or investigate into the defendant, in this case, Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner, as persons of interest?
Yes, we did.
And Your Honor, I think that's a natural stopping point for the jurors to have a break as the court requested.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break, refresh yourselves, okay, and come back. We'll be back at 2:30. 2:30. All right, everyone may be seated. So since Detective Johns is going to be a longer witness, what I'd ask is that the lawyers kind of be cognizant of the time and just ask for a break about every hour or so, so that, number one, the jurors can maintain attentiveness, and then also, like, we don't go too long with the witness as well. You can have a break, Detective Johns. For the 15 minutes, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the lawyers. You're still considered to be on the stand, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Or with anybody, all right? So go ahead and we'll take the 15 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
thank you. Kind of a natural lull. All right, okay. An hour right on the dot, but like.
If I do.
You want me to interrupt you? You want me to interrupt? Okay. You'll get the hook. Okay. I don't want to interrupt you. Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't want to.
I drink too much water.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
Yeah, it's not case related.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Johns, before the break, we'd gotten to the point in your investigation where you had narrowed the field of potential individuals with motive and were starting to look into Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also still investigating other leads who were not necessarily connected at that time to Gardner and Fernandez?
Yes.
What was your main focus the first couple months of the investigation?
We had found video surveillance of a blue two-tone F-150. And that was actually our main focus of the investigation at that point, is trying to figure out who owned that vehicle and where it came from.
And the jury has seen a video of surveillance clips you collected and what heard testimony that early on you all became aware that this truck could potentially be involved. Can you advise the jury about the link between the truck you saw on camera and the tire collected at the scene?
The truck that we saw on camera and was essentially linked back to, or the tire on scene had a DOT number on it, which is not quite a serial number, but it tells you when the tire, where the tire was manufactured and what week and year it was manufactured. The tire left on the scene and the tire that was found at Potomac had the same DOT number.
And we heard some testimony about that. What does that mean essentially about the two tires and where and when they were produced?
It means they were produced in the same factory or the same manufacturer, the same week and year.
Did you try to identify a blue older model Ford F-150 two-tone vehicle by searching through records available to you as law enforcement officers?
Yes, we did.
What did you do in order to try to narrow down and see if you could find anyone who potentially had associations with a truck like that?
We went through the database of, when you go to get a tag for your vehicle, DHS&V, we went through all of theirs. We tried to find any vehicles that match the general year and description of that, try to narrow those down. And admittedly, there were tons of them. So we tried our best to focus on what we could to try to find some link to these vehicles. Unfortunately, at that time, we didn't have license plate readers or anything like that. So that was kind of our best thing. We also looked for anyone who was selling that same make and model that we knew was potentially involved.
So you did some database research into tag registration, sales of trucks, and did you send officers out in the field to track down any potential leads from that information?
Yes, we did.
Eventually, at some point, did you decide to release, as an agency, release a photograph of the suspect truck through the media as a plea to the public for information.
Yes, we did.
Tell the jury about that, please.
Eventually, we were kind of just running out of areas to search, and we believed that this truck was absolutely involved in this crime based upon the tire matching and just the surveillance video all kind of matching up. But we just could not identify where this truck, who it belonged to, where it came from. So we decided as an agency just to go ahead and release it to the media in hopes that someone might see it and call in and tell us about it.
Did the Jacksonville Beach Police Department receive calls following the media release of that photograph of the
We
truck?
received dozens and dozens of telephone calls. Unfortunately, we kind of set ourselves up to receive calls about any and every Ford F-150 or other pickup truck that had any type of similar paint color or description.
Of those calls, if any of them seemed specific enough to the vehicle you were looking for, did you or fellow officers reach out to that person or follow up with those leads?
We did our best to try to follow up with them. Sometimes it could be someone calling and saying, I was at Lowe's and I saw a truck drive past me. And unfortunately, that's not a whole lot to go off of. But the ones that we could or that we had an address to, we'd send someone out. A lot of times it wouldn't quite match or it wouldn't even be the right make or model. But we did our best to try to follow up on those.
Did you ever receive a tip to follow up on in regards to the media release of a photograph of that truck that led you to 5239 Potomac from those call-ins?
No, we did not.
Another lead you had from the scene was the presence of shell casings. Tell the jury what you did in order to investigate those shell casings.
So a relatively new process, it's still relatively new. We tried to send those shell casings to the ATF lab to see if we could get a DNA profile off the person who might have loaded them into the magazine.
And trying to obtain DNA off shell casings, you said that's relatively new. Why did you have to submit them to ATF lab instead of using the FDLE lab here in the state of Florida?
FDLE did not have the capability of doing that at the time. I believe there's only one private lab and then the ATF's lab.
So you sent it to the one private lab that you were aware of that was at the time performing this kind of testing.
We sent it to the ATF lab, cost reasons. But it was only the ATF lab and I believe one private lab that actually even did it at that time.
Okay, and that was my question. So these two labs were doing this, other labs were not, and you attempted that.
Correct.
And we'll hear from a DNA expert later, but did you get any leads on suspects from the DNA results on those shell casings?
We did not.
Was there DNA present on the shell casings?
Only the victims.
Detective Johns, you mentioned that police work is not a silo. As you are investigating this homicide, are you having daily briefings with other members of your team and with members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department and ATF?
Yes, we held a 8 a.m. briefing and a 5 p.m. briefing every day to discuss any new information that might have come about or any new leads that were discovered.
Are you familiar with 10mm firearms through your training and experience as a law enforcement officer?
I'm not super familiar with them. I can say through our collective experience that they are very rare, not so rare that it's a unicorn, but rare enough that compared to a 9mm or even 40 caliber, we see drastically a lot less of.
Did you send these shell casings to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to run through what's called NIBIN, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, which is a fancy way of saying a database where they could tell you if those casings were fired by a firearm and relate to another crime where they have casings from?
Yes, we did.
And did you get any investigative leads from that?
No.
So the national network, you could not find a shell casing that from your scene that could potentially be linked to some crime somewhere else in the country.
That's correct.
Did you look at sales and pawn records for 10mm firearms in the Jacksonville Beach area?
We actually asked the ATF to go out to all of the FFLs or the licensed firearm dealers in Duval County to pull all of the recent sales or pawns of recent 10mm. And then we did the best we could to make sure that none of those people had any type of connection with either a blue Ford F-150 or a connection back to the victim.
So you researched into purchasers of 10mm firearms, and admittedly, it's a limited search. You can't look at every person who's ever bought a 10mm. Here in the state of Florida, are you required to register your firearm with the state of Florida?
No, there's no registry, and you can do a private sale as well, and there's a record of that, so.
So if somebody had given someone a 10mm or sold it to them in a private sale, there would not be a record of that potentially.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So just so that we're clear, based on the last question posed by the state, the question, and I'll read it back. So you researched into purchasers of 10mm firearms, and admittedly, it's a limited search. You can't look at every person that bought the 10mm here in the state of Florida. Are you required to register your firearm in the state of Florida? Answer, no. There's no registry, and you can do a private sale as well, and there's no record of that. Question, so if somebody had given someone a 10mm or sold them in a private sale, there would not be a record of that potentially. Answer, that's correct. And then that's when the objection came.
I'm sorry, my objection was slightly delayed because I had
Okay.
to confer with counsel.
Okay.
So it was the question or two before that question. that
Let me see if this is it. Did you look at sales and pawn records for 10mm firearms in Jacksonville Beach area? Answer, we actually asked the ATF to go out to all of the FL or licensed firearms dealers in Duval County and pull all the recent sales or pawns. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I'll finish the answer. Pull all of the recent sales or pawns of the recent 10mm, and then we did the best we could to make sure none of those people had any types of connections with the blue Ford F-150 or a connection with, I'm sorry, or a connection back to the victim. So if you could start there, Does the state of Florida have any information related to that?
Your Honor, I was never provided, nor do I believe that law enforcement with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department kept any records. In the wiretap affidavit that was provided to defense counsel in initial discovery in 2023, on page 39, the firearms search subsection 1 information contains information that ATF conducted, I'm quoting from the wiretap affidavit that was provided in discovery. ATF conducted a canvass of FFLs in Duval County from January 1st, 2022 through February 16th, 2022, and discovered that only 0.05% of FFL firearms purchases in this time period were for 10mm Glocks. Footnote 25, this refers only to FFLs, not private sales. JSO provided information that they received only 4 leads from the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, NIBIN, for 10mm firearms. So there was information provided to defense in this wiretap affidavit through law enforcement that there was a search by ATF through databases to track down FFL sales and do some statistical analysis. I don't have any records of what they searched. All I have is the information they gleaned from it, which was there were no investigative leads. None of those records were, I believe, placed into property. They don't exist on any of the property cards. So I don't believe it's a discovery violation because that information has been disclosed through the affidavit of Detective Johns during the wiretap, which is dated January 21st, 2023, which was provided on the state's initial examination. It was
Okay,
obviously disclosed to defense such that they could request records themselves or further discovery through depositions on that matter.
Mr. Dreiser? Yes,
And if you need it, you need it, but I'm going to withdraw my objection.
okay.
And that, for Mr. Dry, sure.
Okay. Mr. Dreiser?
And just for Mr. Dreiser's information, that was the last in that line of questioning. So
Okay. If my mic wasn't on, I'll withdraw my objection. Given the information provided from the affidavit, I think it's consistent with what his answer was, and they confirmed that there are no documents that were turned over as they didn't, well, I can cross them as to whether they should or they didn't or they are, but she's confirming they don't have any.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll bring the jury back then. Please let the record reflect that the request for a Richardson hearing is withdrawn. All right, let's bring the jury back. Thank you. All right, welcome back in. Everyone may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Detective Johns, we discussed your investigation into Mr. Bridegan himself. We discussed your investigation into the blue two-toned Ford F-150. We discussed your investigation into 10mm firearms. At those leads at some point, is it fair to say, kind of got cold?
Yes,
I want to talk about the secondary track of your investigation. Earlier, we mentioned that at some point, you believed that Mr. Fernandez, the defendant in this case, and Ms. Gardner could be persons of interest based on your investigation.
that's correct.
Did you learn through review of the St. Johns County Clerk of Courts record and other investigative means to include an interview with Mr. Fernandez himself about the divorce between Ms. Gardner and Mr. Bridegan?
That's correct.
And were you aware of Mr. Bridegan's, you mentioned date night earlier. This particular night, February 16th, did you confirm that that was in fact a scheduled date night?
Yes,
So I want to draw your attention to the screen. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 205. This is this 1511 Marsh Inlet Court?
yes, it is.
And who resided there at the time of Jared Bridegan's homicide?
Mario Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
And they had joint custody of the twin children. For purposes of record, we're going to call them AB and LB. Is that correct?
Yes,
I want to give the jury kind of an idea of the location of the Marsh Inlet home in comparison to some other areas of interest. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 204. This is a Google map. This location here, 400 3rd Street South, is a Wendy's. Is that correct?
it was a Wendy's, yes.
Is that the Wendy's that you went and obtained surveillance from the night Jared Bridegan was killed?
Yes,
And this shows the Google map. Whether he took this route or not, we don't know, but all roads lead to Shutter Avenue. And to get from Wendy's to Miss Gardner's home, he most likely would have taken Shutter. Correct?
correct.
This is State's Exhibit. Hold on. .204. I'm zooming in on State's 204. I want to ask about some areas of interest. So this flag here, what does that depict?
That was the Marsh Inlet residence we were just looking at.
This home we see here in State's Exhibit 205.
Correct.
Ms. Stifler, if you could get rid of that circle.
I am, yes, you am. In looking at the front of the Marsh Inlet house, are there any houses to the right?
There are not, no.
What is on the right-hand side of this residence at Marsh Inlet?
There's a little, I guess, sign for the neighborhood, and then other than that, there's just the street.
So at Marsh Inlet here, it's at the corner of Marsh Inlet and South 15th Street.
That's correct.
And behind the house at Marsh Inlet, what is it to the back of the property on the back fence line?
Now it's all Discovery School. I'm not sure if they own that property then, or I think they did, but it's all basically this Discovery School campus.
So if you were to hop over that fence or walk back behind the house, you would hit the property that belongs to the Discovery School.
Correct.
Did AB and LB attend the Discovery School prior to Jared Bridegan's death?
Yes.
Did they continue to attend the Discovery School after his death?
Yes, I did.
And then you kept walking through the Discovery School. What is the next street that you would hit?
It's called, the area is called Pablo Hamlet. It's a continuation of Shutter Avenue, but basically Shutter Avenue runs into Pablo Hamlet.
So
Pablo Hamlet.
Marsh Inlet home, directly behind it is the Discovery School where AB and LB attended school. And then directly behind that is going to be Pablo Hamlet.
Correct.
Are there any streets in between Shetter and Marsh Inlet on 15th?
No, there are not.
Did you speak with the defendant in this case, Mr. Fernandez, in regards to Jared Bridegan as part of your investigation following his homicide?
Yes,
Do you remember the date of when you interviewed Mr. Fernandez?
March 1st.
How did you arrange to interview Mr. Fernandez?
I don't remember if I called him or Miss Gardner, but we made phone contact with them and they agreed to come in.
Do you remember what date you made phone contact with them to set up that interview at the police station?
I believe it was the day before.
So that would be February 28th,
Correct.
2022. And
Yes.
you spoke with Mr. Fernandez, he was willing to come in?
Yes,
And you arranged to have that interview the following day on March 1st, 2022.
yes,
When you talked to Mr. Fernandez, did you audio and video record that interview?
yes, we did.
While you were speaking to him, was there anything during that conversation that corroborated what you believe to be the motive you were developing? I can ask it a different way.
Okay.
When you interviewed Mr. Fernandez, and the jury's going to see his interview momentarily and hear it themselves, were there specific statements he said that you notated as potentially relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of the specific statements based on your training and experience that stood out to you such that you notated them?
That he and Miss Gardner were trying to get a social investigation done in order to gain at least majority custody of the kids.
And just, it goes without saying, but I am going to say it. This interview, March 1st, 2022, was after Jared had been killed.
That's correct.
All right.
I'm
Oh.
sorry, I was asking about the date.
Okay.
This interview was conducted as part of your homicide investigation, so clearly, and I'm just for context for the jury to watch it, this is after Mr. Jared or Mr. Bridegan had been killed.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also speak with Ms. Gardner that day?
Yes, we did.
Without saying anything she said, after her interview, did you take any steps off the path of the investigation you were already on?
No.
Your Honor, this time I would like to publish what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 183.
Sure.
This is a recorded interview. It's about 50 minutes long, just for everyone's information.
Is everyone okay? All the jurors? Okay, go ahead.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. I would request the court read the redaction instruction at this time.
Thank you. Give me just a moment.
Yes, ma'am, I'll get it set up.
Members of the jury, as the state is getting the exhibit prepared, I give you this instruction as it relates to State's Exhibit 183. You're about to view a video recording and the court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. And the fact that the recording has been edited should not impact the way that you view and consider this evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, because it is 50 minutes, I do want to give you the leeway that if you do need a break in the course of the exhibit being published, all you have to do is raise your hand and I'll take the break and we'll pause it, okay?
Before we begin, Detective, when you conduct an interview of an individual with your partner, Detective Lamont, are the things that you and Detective Lamont saying necessarily your opinions or the truth?
No, they're not.
So just because you're saying something's an interview doesn't necessarily mean you believe it. It
That's correct.
could be an investigative technique you learned in interview, how to interview individuals or how to elicit responses.
That's correct.
Give me just one moment before you do that. Members of the jury, as well as the instruction that I just gave you, I also give you this instruction that you must abide by and follow. You're about to watch a recorded interview that contains maybe the opinions and statements by Detective John to Mario Fernandez. And these opinions and these statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses that they elicit. You are not to consider the opinions or statements of Detective Johns as evidence. They're not evidence. So in that context is the reason why those statements and opinions may be contained on this video. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Johns, just to orient the jury, what is this room we're looking at here on the video?
We commonly refer to this as a soft room. It's where we would conduct interviews of people that are not necessarily under arrest or considered suspects.
And at this point in your investigation, was Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner true suspects?
No,
And the individual here in the red t-shirt and black mask with the bun in his hair, is that the defendant in this case, Mr. Fernandez?
yes, it is.
No, player, this Blu-ray disc thing is terrible.
Did you drag it to the desktop?
I'll try to do that. We did test this last week and it was in working order.
Members of the jury, why don't you give us 5 minutes and we'll get it all set up for you to come back, okay?
It's just straight over.
Great. Everyone may be seated. Are you playing? Sure. Are you playing it from your computer or?
No, I'm using the Blu-ray player on the evidence card. I tried plugging it directly into
We're off the record.
modem.
1 second. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we got it worked out.
Okay.
I think you guys met the other night, right? The night, yeah. Listen, man, I appreciate you coming in. So basically what we're trying to do, we're just trying to get an idea about Jared, who he is, how he was, the dynamic, you know, from, we're looking, it's just some stuff that we're looking at kind of get questions or answers to. And obviously you being, and being in that dynamic, you know, you should be able to give us an interesting perspective. Of who he is.
Absolutely.
So where I would like to start, man, is just, how did, so I guess we'll go back to the beginning when you met Shanna, right? Like, how did that happen?
So, at that, when we met, we were both working for Black Hive, or
Okay.
the CrossFit gym.
Mhm.
I was the maintenance guy and she was a coach. And that's just kind of how it all began. I got introduced to the kids, saw how things were. And for Shanna and I, it was a bit of a unique situation because of the type of person Jared was. Shanna and I, we pretty much sealed the deal very early in the relationship because there was no way I was going to be able to help her with anything relevant to the kids if we weren't. It was just impossible. So for me and with Shanna, it was very much hey, we can't really have a relationship if your kids don't like me. That started with that.
Right.
You know, and then from there we just moved forward. But then, I guess coming into the kids' lives, and then I remember reaching out to Jared, and I let him know. I was like, I said particularly, I said, it was right after Shannon and I got married. I told him, hey man, now that I'm gonna be in the kids' lives more often, you know, maybe you and I should like have a chat. Nothing. I got nothing.
Was that done over phone, text, person, text? And he just didn't send you nothing back?
Nope.
Is that the only time you ever tried to reach out to him?
So after that, we were all in a group text message, and there were lots of times where, like, if you look at like our emails, our text messages, our exchanges, it's very, to me, it's just pestering. It's very annoying. I don't like that. I'd much rather do what we're doing right now. We'll all sit down, and if we have something to confront, we'll do it together.
Right.
You know, we can talk about it. I extended that to them plenty of times, where it's like, why don't you guys come over and we'll talk about this, we'll figure something out, something like that. I've even thrown in stuff where it's in regards to, because they're practicing, you know, they're religious and they practice the Mormon religion.
Right.
Shanna has that background, and there are certain things that we could put in play that is just like their religion.
Right.
Where we could do it in a stable place.
Yeah.
Hell no. No way in hell. One of the best things that I got with Jared, I went to pick the kids up one time. This had to have been like 3 years ago. I went to go pick the kids up, and I'm not the type to like not just knock on the door and be like, hey, I'm here, you know, versus like sending a text. So I parked outside, went to go knock on the door. Kids come running out, and they're freaking out. They're losing their shit. They're like, you're not supposed to knock on the door. They're like scared. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, well, Dad said you're not supposed to, no one's supposed to knock on the door. You guys can't knock. And I was like, okay, I can do whatever I want, you know, and he can tell me that.
Yeah.
And I just stood at the door, the kids got out, and I was like, all right, man, you good? Like, I could see him.
Yeah.
He refused to turn around. Liam shut the door. Then I got a text message saying, if I ever knock on his door and come on his property like that he was going to file a restraining order against me.
Was this before you were married?
This is after.
This was after you were married.
Yeah.
So this was after you became a step parent.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Were there any instances like that before you got married to Shanna?
Before that, because I was introduced to the kids, and the kids, like, you know, they would talk about me. That stuff more or less went to Shanna. It wasn't, I never received anything particular. The dude never spoke to me.
Yeah.
The one time where he said, Well, actually, no, he didn't even direct anything to me. But the only time we've seen them really in person outside of when we do the exchanges with the kids or stuff, or the kids doing something,
Yeah.
is when we were in court. They came in, I went to shake their hands. His wife shook my hand, and he just looked right at his lawyer and just refused to say anything.
Wow.
Yes, bro. That's crazy, man. So outside of court, how many interactions were there? Like, did y'all go to like gymnastics stuff? I know your wife, she's in
Yeah, so
gymnastics.
Abigail's in gymnastics, and she hasn't had any performances, but I know that Abigail has told us like that he just drops her off and then leaves, goes home, then comes back, even though they live like 5 minutes away. Obviously, because we're so far away, we're in there. I'll go in and I'll let her know. I was like, hey man, you should stop being a chatty Cathy and like practice, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they never stayed. I've gone on their weeks too, and just to like take pictures of Abby and like get progress in, and nothing. The only other time that we had an interaction was Abby was in dance and she had a recital, so we went there. They they avoid us like the plague. So
Right.
his parents were there, if I'm not mistaken. They sat completely away. We sat out in the front. Some of Shanna's friends, they were there. They were around us. And on the way out, since it was their week, they were leaving with the kids, so we just walked up to the kids and we gave Abby flowers. We had Liam give her flowers, and they just sat back, or they stood back, and nothing, not hi, not nothing. There's even been times when Shanna or the kids would ask to call Shanna or vice versa. And if they were in the car with them, there was one particular moment after their first younger sister was born, Bexley, they were so excited, like show the baby.
Right.
And they were all in the car, and then Jared and Kirsten freaked the fuck out. They were like, Liam, no. Like they didn't want us to see the baby. They didn't want any of that shit. Nope.
So how did obviously in your interactions with kids, you haven't interacted with him that much. How did the kids seem? How did they seem towards Jared?
So there's a big history, I guess, that I could drop on you guys in regards to the kids and their interactions. That's definitely more something since they've been in therapy since the divorce. Dr. Mercedes McGowan, she's like the best. And she's been there for all of it. I mean, the kids, they have journals that, when they turned 7, I told Shanna, I was like, hey, some of these things that are happening, for them to verbalize it better or to not forget when they go and talk to the therapist, like maybe we should have them write it down. So for them, it was more of like, I'm getting my writing practice in, because that's how I introduced it to them. And it was so that they could have all of their information to give to Dr. Mercedes.
Right.
But a lot of it was, sometimes they would talk about how they were scared to ask him stuff, but I don't think I think it was more about like, oh, like he's going to say no, so I don't want to ask. But then there were other times where, since it was a 50-50, every other week, if we didn't have the kids, we would go on Wednesdays and go to date night, and we have them. Before, it used to be a 2-hour window. We'd go have dinner. Yeah. And that's what it was that day.
Right.
That Wednesday, he came, picked them up, they went to dinner, dropped them off. So that was normal. But there are plenty of times when, because it's just him at that moment, he'll say specific things to the kids. And I mean, we've had to go through a series of roller coasters where, like, he once particularly, Abigail wanted to dye her hair purple. I don't give a fuck. Shit's cool. Whatever. It looks great. Why not do it professionally versus like putting the chalk shit on? That's where my mind is. But she was legitimately scared to ask him and get that rejection. But on top of that, when she did approach it, because I was, it's one of those things where, like, I don't want them to be scared to have that confrontation. It's like, you got to face it head on. And if they tell you no, who cares? Right. Best thing that could happen is they say yes. Everybody wins. They say no, well, fuck it, we'll figure out something else.
Right.
So she sits there and asks him, and he then proceeded to tell her that if you do that, first it was well, your hair is beautiful just the way it is. Yeah, but I want to do this. And then it was, well, God won't like you and you won't be accepted in the church. That's where he deviated, like damn near immediately. He told
pretty short turn there.
he told Liam something similar. Then he told him about the rejection in the church in regards to tattoos. And I know that was a stab at Shanna because Shanna has a sleeve.
Yeah.
So we had to take the kids to, luckily we're friends with a bishop of the religion that lives down the street from us. And him and his wife, like we get along with their families. It's great. And then Shanna was like, you know what, why don't we take you to go talk to the bishop? And here the kids are asking the bishop questions of like, hey, like we were told that we wouldn't, and he had to just let them know and reassure them. It's like, you'll always be welcome to come into the church. Like you will not be rejected for that. And then that turned sour because the kids told Jared, hey, the bishop told us that it was fine.
Yeah.
Jared then on the following date night, he drove to the church and got into a pissing contest with the bishop. And the bishop, like the kids were there. So the bishop's like, hey guys, why don't you guys go outside? So he had an entire chat with him and just let him get it all out. And then after the confrontation, he's like, what do you want, man? Why would you not want the mother of your children to succeed so that they could have better?
Right.
That's pretty much where it went. And he just lost his shit, left. I guess they went to go get dinner. And then he asked the kids to tell them where he lives. And then they drove past his house.
When was that? How long ago was that?
Shit, that had to have been 2 years ago.
2 years.
It was before COVID, so it's definitely 2 years ago.
What's
That's like the timeline before COVID.
Do you know the bishop's name?
I always forget his Curry.
Curry.
That's his last name.
And his church is up here on is it
On Penman.
Penman?
Yeah. Yeah, and then the bishop, he had to contact legal in regards to it, the legal portion of the church. Kind of notified.
Why did he have to contact legal?
Because I guess it's because of their interaction and because he drove by his house. It's one of those like.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's weird as hell.
Did it get physical or anything? Or
nope,
just
very verbal, and then he asked the kids to take him and show him where his house is.
Did they tell you? Did he tell you what he said or anything like that?
What did the bishop tell us?
Yeah.
He pretty much told us that he was asking why he would like more or less interact and help someone who has left the church, and he was harping on Shanna. That's pretty much where it went. And then for the bishop, it was more of again, like, why would you want the mother of your children to fail? Why would you not want them to succeed and have the because it's that 50-50. And then I can barely remember it, but he dropped a verse on him where it's just like, even if you have one sheep that has separated, why would you not go out of your way to get that sheep either back to the flock or just to safety?
Yeah.
So he hit them with that, and he didn't like that shit at all. So
when you say succeed, you said you keep saying that why would you want her to succeed, Shanna? Like, what do you mean, like professionally or like spiritually or like what?
I guess I don't know if at that point the bishop was talking about like in the spiritual. I don't know if it was a spiritual sense. I'm not him. We'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty positive that interaction was more of a why are you helping her? And it's like, why would you not want to help her?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
So let's come to date night. And we're just trying to get an idea about how it works, kind of what happened that night. I know it got shifted because of gymnastics.
Yep.
So like typically on a typical date night when Jared would come and pick up the kids, how did it go from like start to end?
So he usually pulls up, texts here.
Mm-hmm.
The kids walk out, and we usually watch them get in the car. And then when they come home, they just come in. We've taught them how to have a keypad on the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if the garage is closed, they hit the keypad, or they just come into the garage, and we know they're home. And usually, like the dogs lose their shit for a quick second, and we know they're home. And that's it. That's exactly how it goes.
Is there ever any communication about like where they're going or
No.
what they're gonna do or anything like that? Nothing like that.
Nope.
So let's go to that night.
We usually ask the kids,
Mhm.
it's like, hey, what do you guys, what are you guys thinking you're gonna do for date night? Where do you guys wanna go eat? That way they can voice that to him. But it's a bit annoying because before we've tried to kind of integrate that where it's like, you guys can make choices too.
Yeah.
And then we'll be like, why don't you guys call him Tuesday? So that way you guys can, be like, hey, we want to go here. And that
Right,
way
right.
you have a good shot of going there if
Yeah.
that's where you want to go. Because there have been times where like, oh, well, I don't want to go there. Or we ended up going to this place and I didn't like it, blah, blah. It's like, why don't you let them know ahead of time? That'll work. It'll help you guys. And then they'll tell them. And then they're like, well, we'll think about it. And then that's not where they go.
So that decision was typically made by Jared without the kids' input?
Oh, yeah.
Was it made like almost in spot, like, was he ever take their input, or was it just like, this is my show, I'm running it, I'm doing it?
I don't really know, to be
Yeah.
honest. There were some times when it's like, I can't even remember any time that the kids were like, oh yeah, we asked to go here and that's where we went.
Yeah.
It was more of, oh, we went to Firehouse, and then they can agree to like Firehouse, so everybody's happy at that moment.
Right. Yeah. So let's go back to that particular date night, and we're just kind of trying to work this night and figure out everything that happened. So he comes and picks the kids up at what time?
6:30
6:30. He sends a text message saying,
here.
I'm here. And then the kids run out, get in the car, and they leave.
Yep.
Right. And then what time did they come back?
7:45.
7:45. Okay. And did you see the kids come in?
No, I heard them come in because they hit. I was racked out on my couch. So they came in, shut the door. Dogs start barking. My dog starts barking, and that's how I know they're there. I come in, hi mom, blah, and they both went upstairs. I got up, went to take a shower. That's pretty much how we know they're there.
Yeah. So Shanna greeted them when they came in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you said they went upstairs, did you talk to them at all that night, or?
Shanna did. I was really out of it, and I take gabapentin and my doses, and then at those moments I'm just like zoned out. So like that night, I was more out of it more than anything.
So you wouldn't remember the kids talking about anything that may have happened?
I would have, but I didn't, because they usually, by the time they come home, they get in, they either have another snack. I don't remember any of that because I was in the shower. They'll have another snack, then they'll go and shower and everything else and prep to go to sleep because they're in bed by 9.
Yeah.
So that hour and 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Technically. It was they drink water, they went upstairs, they had free time. If Liam comes back downstairs to shower. And we just asked them, I was like, how's everything? How's date night? Actually, that was it. It was they told us they went to Bearded Pig, and that particular date night was fine. And that was it.
So they didn't remember anything that may have happened at the.
The only thing they mentioned was that Jared had a phone call and they had to wait in the car. They couldn't go inside yet, so they just had to sit there and wait, and that was it.
This may just show my lack of knowledge of this, but what's gabapentin?
Gabapentin is it's like a nerve blocker.
Okay.
And it's for pain. So they give it to me for pain and for headaches.
Okay. Does it make you like groggy or anything like that?
Yeah. Yeah, depending on the amount that you take, like some of the pain numbs out. Like for me, at least, I have a really high dose just because of like stuff that's wrong with me, and they also can't figure it out.
It's not nothing good.
Yeah, it sucks. Dude.
And so then I guess at that point, after that, I came and talked to you.
Right. So, but at that point, the kids were already asleep. I think, what did I do? I know I did laundry because there was laundry on the bed. And then I just sat there and I was talking to Shanna about all kinds of things. She was wrapping up an order and she put it outside because she said that her client was coming up to pick up an order that night, which is normal. That has happened before. And then it was more of she was just cleaning and we were just talking. She cleaned the kitchen, she cleaned some of her office. And then you guys rang the doorbell at 1 a.m. We're just getting ready to shut down. And I thought you guys were her client, and you rang the doorbell. And I was like, there's no way that your client just rang the doorbell at 1 a.m. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Have the kids said anything recently in the coming day, in the last couple days of, maybe if they remember something?
Like a confrontation or something at the restaurant.
So,
or someone
we-
following them or.
We asked them in regards to, was there anything different? And, they just kind of repeated that all the only thing that really happened was that they had to wait in the car because he was on a business phone
Yeah.
call, which, like, we asked him, like, does that happen? And they're like, yeah, sometimes we'll go eat and then he has to take a phone call and then he'll be on the phone for the majority of the time.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it.
You mentioned something at the very beginning, the type of guy that Jared was. What did you mean by that? Like, tell me, was he like a confrontational person or
No.
no?
No, if I had to ping him, he hated it. He was a keyboard warrior more than anything. Like that, because that's what I got. That's all I got for 4 years straight. Is as long as he had a keyboard or he can text it, yeah, he would.
So I'm not going to confront you in person, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to chat it up and
Yeah,
say what I want to say. but
because
I'm not gonna-
there was one particular time when there was some paperwork for Liam, and he specifically said, "Oh, have Liam bring it out." And I'm like, dude, you don't fucking get to tell me what to do. Not in my house. So I walked that paperwork out and I was like, oh, hey man, this is for Liam. And then check, this is for this. Never made eye contact with me. Just looked at it, took it, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, his wife, you can have a conversation with her. She'll talk to you or anything, but like, even if we have a doctor's appointment, if we're there, if Shanna's there, and particularly Shanna,
Mhm.
he will walk right outside the door and stand there until the doctor comes in. Then he'll stand at the door, but he will not be in that room to interact or anything at all. It like eats him alive inside. And he's said it before, and he's told the kids, he's like, it makes me uncomfortable to be around your mom, and blah blah blah. And
The four of y'all go to the doctor a lot together, or
we used to, and then everything of course changed. But if I'm readily available, I'll always go.
Mhm.
We had one particular instance where all four of us showed up because they were fighting to not put Liam on additional medication this is for ADHD.
Okay.
And he has shown signs, and he was lacking in school. So Shanna was now pushing it where it's like, let's get him some help. And the thing that pissed me off the most during that particular interaction is before we went to the doctor, I asked Liam straight up, I was like, hey man, do you feel like you're struggling in school? And he's like, yeah, I just can't do it. I don't know why I can't just do it.
Right.
So I told him, I was like, hey man, so here's what we're thinking. There's a medicine that might be able to help you focus. So do you want help so that you can focus in school? And he's like, yeah, like I'll do it. And for him, he's already on a series of meds, but he's done that pretty much his whole life.
Right.
So it was more of a, okay, we can add you another medicine. Are you comfortable with it in a sense? Because we want to test it out so that it helps you. And if it helps you, cool, we'll stay on it. And we got to the doctor, and just listening to them talk, they had the dumbest concerns. And if you read the evaluation, because we had to do a parent evaluation, the teachers had their evaluation,
Mhm.
and then the doctors have their evaluation.
Right.
Ours, the teachers and the doctors, pretty much in line, the same shit. And if you read theirs, oh, he's a normal kid. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. I'm like, you don't fucking pay attention to your kid.
Right.
And then one of the things that he said during that time was, well, how am I supposed to talk to my kid? Because, he knows he's special because of his heart. And then, he's going to develop a complex if I have to put him on more medicine. And from Shanna's perspective of how she knows him to be, that particular thing was more of I don't want my kid to be on more medicine because of how it looks on me that my kid is on meds.
Right.
And that just kind of commandeered the moment. I was like, I already talked to Liam. I already talked to him. I asked him if he wants help to focus in school and there's a medicine that might help him. So he's on board because he wants to do better in school.
Mhm.
So then they fought us because they were like, well, we want to get him evaluated. Great. But if you want that, you're paying for it.
Right.
I'm not paying for that shit because I can give this to him for a week, and if it doesn't work, we can adjust or we can get him off of it. And that's it. I did all the research. It would take like 4 months to get him evaluated and then another month to 2 months to receive all the data and results.
Right.
So we were sitting here like, here you go. These are we gave them everything.
So the old school way, see if it works. And
Yeah, it's like here, if you want to do this, this is who you need to talk to. Here are the prices.
Mhm.
We're not paying for it, but also know that Liam is going to suffer because he's waiting for this entire school year to get this shit done. I kid you not, and like Shanna, it's like Shanna's like absolute proof that like he should have been on this routine before, like a long time ago. But he took it, he started taking it, and 1 month later, he won the spelling bee. He fucking crushed it. And I'm telling you, if you'd have seen him right before that, there was no way that kid could have pulled it up. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, dude, you did it. Like, you're on it. And he knows and understands it too. Like, he'll get to school if he missed the pill, and he'll be like, he'll talk to his teacher like, Mr. Shane, do you know if I took my medicine this morning? It's fucking funny as shit. And he's like, well, did you? And he's like, I don't think so because like I just can't like sit down and stuff. And then get a text to Shanna, and it's like, hey, Liam doesn't think he took his meds this morning. She looks at the table, it's right there. And luckily the school is right next to us, so we just walk it over. And so this is one of those things, man. And there's been a lot of other stuff. Liam recognizes a lot of things for himself and for his health. And we've taught him like, hey, if you're feeling this type of way, you need to bring it to somebody's attention because he has a heart defect. And then when he gets out of breath, depending on how it goes, and he gets wheezy, he can feel it. And he feels heavy and tired.
Mhm.
So there have been times, there was one particular time, we had just gone to date night with them and they were on their week. And Liam told us, and we could hear it. You can hear the crackling in his lungs.
Mhm.
So we let him know, say, hey, bud, go in there and just ask them to have a breathing treatment. And then if you're not feeling good in the morning, ask them to do another breathing treatment in the morning.
Mhm.
All right? Good. And we sent a text too. It's like, hey, Liam's breathing sound not great. You know, it's like, yeah, he's not feeling good. So make sure he gets a breathing treatment, whatever. We kind of switched to reinforced it. And when he asked that following morning, because he wasn't feeling good, he said no. He said, take the other inhaler. And that is different than getting the breathing treatment.
Right,
It's
right.
two separate
Yeah.
things. And then he sent him to school. He got to school. He still wasn't feeling great. So he told his teacher, and he's like, hey, I asked my dad for a breathing treatment, and he told me no. Can my mom come here so I can get a breathing treatment? And luckily, the teacher that he asked understands that he's on the same style of breathing treatment, or I think his brother was. So he understood it. We
Mhm.
rush over, get him to sit down, get him a breathing treatment. We bring him some food, and he's feeling better. And Shanna, you know, she was proactive and it's like, hey, we might want to get this looked at just in case, because we can't afford for Liam to have pneumonia.
Mhm.
We can't. That shit, from all of my understanding in regards to Liam and his heart and lung condition, pneumonia will kill him.
Mhm.
So why risk him getting any type of, you know, lack of breathing?
Right.
So Shanna set up for him to go to the doctor and everything else for that same day. They lost their shit, and it's like, why would you do that without notifying us? Blah blah. And it's like, I'm notifying you right now. And it's like, all you gotta do is pick him up and take him, or we can take him and then drop him off at your house.
Right.
Nope, they didn't want to do that. And then he said that Liam told us that when they got in the car, he pretty much gaslit him. He told him that he was feeling fine and that he didn't hear anything wrong with him. And then he told Liam that Liam was lying. So then when he went in and talked to the doctor, Liam told him, Liam was kind of like forcing his cough.
Right.
And then the doctor obviously was like listening to him. He's like, yeah, you're kind of pushing it, but then just relax. And then Liam straight up asked the doctor, like, you can tell that I have a cough, right? But obviously, since we gave him breathing treatment, his lungs are wide open, so he's good at that moment. And it was just a fucking shit show with that. And that's how the interactions go. That's how things with the kids go. Like, and it's a constant back and forth. Abigail is I don't even know if she's gonna do it anymore, but she was taking an interest in being proactive in the church. We thought it was fine. We didn't mind. However, we know that they've implemented certain things on the kids and hovered the church over their head. And that's just not how it should be introduced for a child. So we decided, hey, you know what? If Abigail wants to do it, we can take her on our side over here in our weeks. And Shanna was like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You know, that way I can teach her the difference of how it can be.
Right.
Abigail wanted to get baptized. So we, you know, it's like we told her, it's like, that's fine, you know, just make sure you learn and understand what you're committing to. So she was learning on that. She was like, oh God, I want you guys to go, and I want to do it at this place, and I want grandma and grandpa to go, for Shanna's mom and dad. So she sat there, they went on a date night, and she told Jared, hey, like, this is where I want to do it, and I want, you know, grandpa Gardner to be there, I want Shanna Murray to be there. And Jared just kind of destroyed that vision where he was like, Abigail, this is very important for me. You know, like, I only get to do this once with you. And also, I don't like your grandparents, you know, I can't even remember the reason what he said. And then he added on, it's like, and I really don't like your mom. And if they're there, they're going to ruin the family trip, is what he told her. And it's just aggravating because all of that was about him and not about her at that moment.
Right.
And Liam wanted to say something. Liam was there. And he wanted to say something, and he felt bad because he didn't say anything. And when he told me about it, I told him, bud, you did the right thing. Because if you had said something at that moment, he would have freaked the fuck out on you. And that's just not worth it. I was like, so you did the right thing. And thank you for telling me.
Right.
But that's more or less how the interactions with the kids went. There was a lot of fighting. And if you guys were to reach out to Dr. Mercedes, I mean, she can kind of give you the rest, because the kids talk about them. They talk about us, and it's fine because it's that split household thing.
Yeah.
But there have been lots and lots of moments where he just beats into them and then feeds them just wild information. And then when they come back to our house, we're doing damage control. Damn near every week. It's just a reset. That Monday and Tuesday is always rough because we got to get them back on board. And I mean, it shows. It shows in their academics. It shows when they go and talk to people. They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, your kids, like, they're great. Oh, but I saw them last week. Like, what was wrong?"
Right.
And then when you look at their academics, it's the same thing. Throughout the years, they're on their weeks, and you look at whatever they're doing, there's a struggle because there's no assistance. We had to fight. We had to take them to court to get them into the school. And he argued that we were uprooting the kids and that it was too far for him to drive over there.
Right.
And we flat out told him, it's like, we'll pay for the whole school. It's 15 grand per kid.
Right.
So we told him, like, we'll pay for the whole school, and like, you know, we'll need help with some supplies. That's it. Like, that's all we're asking of you. And then how it ended up like settling that was Shanna gave up child support, which was a fucking joke. And that pretty much as soon as he stopped having to pay for child support, he was like, okay, well then the kids can go. And that was it. But they had real no involvement with the school, nothing like that. I mean, their teachers can also tell you about the interactions with them, where it's like, it's normal, but it's not friendly. You know, it's like, oh, we want to know. Okay, great. Like, they can have a conversation with them 100%. But if we're around, shit turns completely different.
So like parent teacher conference and stuff, do they not participate in that, or do they do it separately, or?
They can sign up for a separate time. I think there's only been one time, and it was in the middle of COVID, where we all did it together. And that goes fine, but they don't sit there to, you know, they do it the roundabout way. So because we're on opposite ends and the teacher's present, if we say something, they will find a roundabout way to ask us a question, but it's through the teacher.
Gotcha. They won't directly. reach you,
Hell no.
basically.
No.
Well, it sounds like you guys have a pretty rough relationship as far as the kids are concerned there.
It was a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, like, the last thing that was happening on our end in regards to the kids, he was fighting to get the kids off of Dr. Mercedes' care, their therapist. He wanted to end the kids going to therapy.
Okay.
He wanted it to stop. And he was saying that he had never agreed to it and that they go until the kids, or I don't know if he thought that we were in there with the kids. The kids go in there by themselves. We're not in there. We usually go in first and we talk to Dr. Mercedes and we kind of give her an update of like what's going on.
Right.
From there, we step out, the kids go in there and they chat with her. And they are just open books in regards to what they taught her. That's on them. And it's just to help them along. Outside of that, though, he wanted it to stop because at one point or another, he knew that the kids were talking about him.
So that's why I wanted to stop.
And he wanted it to stop. And then he sent us a thing through his lawyer. We forwarded it to our lawyer, and our lawyer was more or less like, is this real? Is this serious? And our lawyer legitimately told us that he ignored it because he didn't think it was serious. And like he waited out the time.
Right.
So then they went in, he went back in and got serious. It was like, I haven't received a response and blah, blah, blah. And we asked our lawyers, okay, can you respond to this? Because this is getting out of hand now and it's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
Our lawyer was prepared to be like, I hope this goes forward so I could just crush him in court.
Yeah.
We were hoping that he was going to push it so that we could file a social investigation against him. Because up to pretty much this point, the primary goal, because it wasn't amicable and because of how they're being with the kids, we were more or less fighting for the kids to have a chance and for Shanna to have majority decision making. And if she could have more timeshare on her end, if it was like 60-40 or whatever, if we could bend it just enough, it'd be great because the kids would be better off.
Right.
You know, and if we could push them into the corner of all the interaction with the kids, we all need to be together.
Yeah.
So they could just suck it. And I don't care if they're suffering because they're uncomfortable. I'd much rather it all be right there in one. So if they say something dumb, I can I'm confrontational. I don't care about that. So I could be like, no, hell no, dude, we're not doing that.
Right.
And I can shut him down and the kids can see, hey, like, not this. We can do it this way.
Right.
And we'll all be here. So there's no, oh, well, they said, no. That shit was just so annoying to me. But that's what we were fighting for. And I was hoping that, like, hey, all right, I'm prepared. We got everything we kind of need. If he pushes for this therapy thing, it'd be absolutely hilarious because it'll be crushed. And then we could push for a social investigation.
Yeah. Was there an incident, I'm talking about kids, man, was there an incident with Jared and Liam involving something with Valentine's Day, chocolate in the bed or something like that?
I don't know about that particularly. I'm pretty sure that sounds kind of like Liam, like he would steal chocolate and eat it. He does that. He'll like sneak into our pantry like early in the morning before people wake up. And he'll go in there and like he's been caught at our house. I'm pretty sure he's done that similar over there.
Yeah.
I don't know anything specific about
So you didn't
that.
hear anything about. Okay. And then my other question, man, about my last question. Now, knowing Jared and knowing, kind of who he is and knowing what happened, what do you think happened to him?
Oh, shit, man. I mean, it's a big speculation. Like Shanna's parents came to spend time with Shanna and the kids, and help them throughout all of this. And, when you guys showed up, I felt like everything you guys asked were like pretty basic questions, like substance abuse, did he have any enemies, stuff like that. But it's one of those things where it's just like, man, you need to get in line. Because I know people that don't like him. I told you I don't like him in particular. I don't care for that dude. But as far as like, I haven't heard anything directly out of you guys. Like I haven't been told anything. It's just what you can read and what you can find online. And it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't understand why he got out of the car. The only thing I can think of is he knew somebody that was right there in front of him. Because I can't think of any other reason for you to get out of your vehicle. If someone approaches your vehicle and you don't know them, or they want to get in your car, you're just gonna speed away.
Right.
Or if they're in front of you, shit, or like, if something's about to go down right in front of you, I'd rather run that person over. I would 100% just hit the gas. If I don't know them,
Yeah.
there's no reason to get out of the car. None. I can't. So outside of that, outside of he knew who was there or whatever, I don't know enough about the guy to know what he's involved in or what he could have been involved.
Who, you just said, you knew a bunch of people that didn't like him.
Shit, man. I mean, like people from his church.
From his church down in St. Louis County.
Yeah, like, and it's a lot because of the people that know Shanna, and because those same people that know Shanna, for instance, right now, he passed away. So his wife, I'm pretty sure Shanna told you, but his wife texted Shanna that they could come and pick up the kids for their ceremony for the funeral, and that they would drop them off when they were done. And it was like, we're going because we're going to be with the kids, and they're going to
perfect sense.
and they're going to stand right next to us. And we even spoke to the therapist about it. It's like, Shanna's the mom. You're not going to take that away from the kids or from Shanna. And we want them to go because they have to have that closure. They have to have something to let go of, and then say their goodbyes, pay respects. I was all in for that. She straight up was like, you are not welcome here. You've been vile to him and blah, blah, blah. And it's crazy because when we let her come into our house that following morning after you told us, when we were going to break the news to the kids, she asked, she's like, could I be there when the kids, when you tell the kids? And we were like, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Right.
So it's like beyond that, like friends of Shanna that still practice and are in that church, they also received notice that they are not allowed to attend the public service for Jared. And it goes like that. It's more of like people that know of Jared through Shanna and have experienced who Jared is. They don't like him.
Right.
So that's kind of where the list goes. It's more of like through Shanna's contacts, and it's like it's not even her friends or closer circle of friends. It's like acquaintances.
Right.
Shanna used to be a teacher. A lot of those kids go through that church, so like she knows them from those interactions where it's like, oh, I know this mom. I used to teach her kid. Hey, we can have a friendly chat. All of a sudden, they're alienated because they had a chat with Shanna, so they can't have anything to do with the family, with
Right.
Jared's family. And even right now, the kid's grandparents, Jared's parents, they came all the way from Germany. Not one of them has contacted us to ask us about the kids. Not one.
Yeah.
And that also happened to Jared's brother. Jared's brother left the church, so they 100% nixed him. Him and his kids, so the other grandchild, they pretty much don't exist. And that's just kind of how the family tree is in that sense. And then right now, Kirsten, to me, well, she writes his emails and we can tell the difference. We
Right.
know it's her. And like right now, she doesn't have any leash anymore because there's no restriction. And she's just being a total bitch.
Kirsten is?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Like for her to tell Shanna that she can't go and that she can come and pick up the kids and they'll return them at their own leisure or whatever.
It seems a little unfair considering if you guys let her come into
Exactly.
your house and be there and.
Man, it's super annoying because even when she showed up to the house, we told her, like, we're gonna have a chat outside before you come in.
Yeah.
Make sure we're all on the same page. So one of the first things that comes out of her mouth is like, I know that over the years it's been rough, but I want you guys to know that Jared did love you guys and always wanted to be friends. And I'm sitting there like, I was looking at Shanna and I was just like, Shanna told me to not say anything, so I didn't.
Right.
I was like, I'll be nice just because of what's happening
Mhm.
and the kids are more important. But at that point, I just want to be like, shut your mouth because you're lying and do not come in my house with that bullshit and say some stupid shit to the kids.
Right.
So we just kind of deviated. Shanna deviated that moment. And was like, we just want to make sure that she said it. She's like, I am going to let the kids know what happened. And we're gonna leave the floor open for them to ask questions because the questions are gonna pour in. We're gonna keep it simple. So we sat around my table. Shanna let them know. The kids had their moment and they started asking questions, and I opened it up. After that, I did the follow-up because Shanna was crying. And then it was well, what's gonna happen like with our little sisters, because I have 2 sisters. So we let them know, we reassured them, it's like, as long as Kirsten's available and, we can settle on times and stuff like that, like, we'll take you. And we've taken the kids to their house so they could see their sisters in this, it's been almost 2 weeks now?
Yeah.
And this, the very first, like within the first 3-4 days.
How did that go? When you went over there?
Well, here's the other part. So she knew we were coming and we gave her a heads up. And she texted Shanna and she said, well, I don't know if she said I want to keep it brief, but she said, it's been very overwhelming right now. So, we also let her know that, my in-laws were with us. So we didn't want to impose. So we'll make it brief. The kids, Abigail made like an entire basket, a gift basket of like, here, have this, and this is for their little sisters and stuff like that. And we pull up to the house. Her parents are there. They have 2 friends there. The kids are playing in the front yard. It didn't seem very overwhelming at all, or like she was alienating anybody else. We had a conversation with her parents. Her mom was very, again, it's a speculation, but it's like, she didn't seem to care about Jared because they're from Seattle.
Right.
And she was just like, stuff like this happens. That's exactly what came out of her mouth. And she's sitting there talking to my in-laws. But then she like rerouted the entire thing. And her mom started talking about, we lost one of our grandsons in Texas. And that's when she got emotional. But it was no direction of anything with Jared. Right. And then when we told her that Kirsten had told us, like, yeah, like she told us she was overwhelmed, so we don't want to impose and be here for too long. And her mom just looked confused as hell. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird. And then now, after the funeral thing, we are doing our own thing with the kids. Shanna yesterday had the kids write letters, and we burned them, and we took the ashes, and Shanna took out the kids to the beach. They could bury them. And in like another, not this weekend, but the following weekend, we're gonna do a more or less like a celebration of life and give some time for Shanna's family to come here to Florida because they're all from Utah, and we're all gonna spend time with the kids and let them know, like, hey, like, you have a support system. We're all here for you guys.
Right.
We like this, and this is gonna be our normal, more or less. But it's been hella weird. It's super weird what happened to him. I can only like imagine certain weird shit. But for sure, for someone to get out of the car, like, that shit makes no sense.
Right.
I do not get it.
Yeah.
It's
weird for sure.
Everything, to me, everything is like, someone was there waiting for him. And he definitely knew them. 100%. Because even if they were in front or they were behind them, whatever the hell, if he knew them and there was about to be trouble, he could just back that car up and get the hell out of there.
Right.
Or if they were behind him, he just floored it. Or if they were on foot, he could have floored it. I'm sitting here thinking of situations like, how would I handle something that's about to endanger me? And I have my kid in the back? Hell no.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But what happened with him is strange. His family, they're acting like assholes. Kirsten's an asshole right now. Like, I just don't like any of them right now. I'm more focused on trying to get a routine, not just for the kids, but also for Shanna, because she's overwhelmed in the sense of she's trying to absorb all the kids' emotions when they are feeling overwhelmed. Like, they're having nightmares, shit like that. And I expect that. But then it's also like certain things are happening where it's like, oh, well, we're going to do this. And it's like, we don't have to do that anymore. Like, we don't have to do that anymore because there's no split. There is no, we have to do it our way and walk on eggshells because they're going to go back to their house and they have their way.
Right, right.
It's just our way. And I have to like remind Shanna, like, hey, you got to get a hold of this and like instill your discipline now because that's what the kids are going to know.
Right.
And it's that has been the most difficult part. The kids, they have bounced back pretty well because they're not there every day. So they're not getting bombarded with the morning of it every single day. They've been able to move forward, and like the school has been great, being that it's a private school and it's a lot smaller. Like the head of the school is involved and she knows about the kids. She introduced them to a Greek counselor. And we have access to that resource because of the school.
Right.
We have access to those teachers and they love the kids. And that was another thing that happened. Kirsten called the school, talked to the headmistress, literally yelled at her for putting out information to the parents, which we gave to the school. We let them know, like, hey, the kid's dad passed away. Please inform the teachers so that way they can pass it on to the parents. That way their kids aren't insensitive to our kids.
Of course.
And we can
Yeah.
prepare our kids better so they can get back in the routine of going to school. And when she released the letter, the head of the school, Kirsten lost her shit. She yelled at her, like, how dare you? Like, I'm gonna instill some law where you can't pass that information. She's like, I'm gonna sue the school. And then when the head of the school told us about it, we were just like, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah. Maybe just emotions, I guess. I don't know. But,
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. A lot of this, I would say, the only thing that I am concerned about is I don't know what Jared was into. So I don't know if this is going to affect us in any way outside of coming here to talk to you guys. We don't mind. That's fine. Because we don't know shit.
yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, since we don't know anything, how does that affect my family right now?
Worse.
And it's been a concern for my parents or for my in-laws because of the fact that, like, they're wealthy people, and it's anything to do with Jared has always been a more or less he doesn't like Shanna, and everything else that they dealt with was about money.
Right.
During the divorce, my in-laws, they paid for his school, and they've paid for all the son-in-law's school because they have nothing but daughters.
All right. Right.
And he tried to sue them because his lifestyle was about to change during the divorce. So it's just like a lot of the stuff with him, and I guess, and from what they know of him, he was very money driven
Right.
in that sense. But anything past that, we just don't know shit. How could this affect Shanna and the kids? I don't know. I don't know if he was involved with something that is to deal with money. And now because he's gone, is this going to affect Shanna in some way, shape, or form? You know?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to tell you that we have all the answers, but we don't.
Right. Everybody's just kind of lost right now. And like, so yeah, I don't know anything else that I can answer for you guys, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if I find something out that I can get some concrete information, I'll let you know, but
Please.
right now that's not the case.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But hey, thank you so much for coming down. I know it's not what anyone wants to do, come spend their day with us, but
No,
we do appreciate it.
and trust me, we get it. Like when Shanna told me, she's like, hey, one of the detectives just called me and they want to talk to us. So like, I was like, well, I can't do it right now. They're always welcome. I was like, did they come over? Like you guys have come over before, and we're right there.
Yeah.
I thought you meant downtown.
No,
by the way, and I was
yeah,
like, oh shit,
yeah.
we're gonna have to make time.
Yeah.
You know. So that's why we pushed it for today.
Yeah.
And then the rest of that was like Shanna was like, well, what could we tell them? And I told her, I was like, we tell them what we know,
Yeah.
which is our interactions with Jared, how Kirsten is being a total bitch right now, and how this has been. For me, this has only been for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
For Shanna, it's been like 7, 8 years. And
Yeah.
then before the divorce, it was everything that she dealt with him.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Well, like I told Shannon, we don't know what we don't know until we know it. So we don't know what's going to help and what isn't. So
right.
At this point, we're just trying to get to know Jared, because if he was into something, the only way we're going to find out about it is to find out his background. And
Right.
stuff, so.
Right.
But we really do appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Luck out.
Detective Johns, how many questions do you think you asked during that interview?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Your Honor, I think now would be a good time to take a break.
Do you have much more?
We probably have 30 minutes left.
Okay, is the jury okay? Okay,
Okay.
you can keep going.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stifler. You can proceed.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting for Ms. Simpkins. All right, Detective Johns, following that interview or on that day, did you also schedule for AB and LB to come for a interview with the child protection team, which are the people who interview young children?
Yes, we did.
And what date was that interview for the children scheduled to take place?
I believe it was March 2nd.
So following your interview with Mr. Fernandez, Ms. Gardner, and your investigation and identification of the blue truck and the investigation to the 10mm firearm, is it fair to say that the investigation ran a little cold up and until July of 2022 when Detective Burrell found that tire at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
When he found that tire, briefly give the jury an idea into the investigation that you began into a man named Henry Tenon.
Like I said, up until that point, we were kind of running out of leads. We didn't really know where to go. We were continuously trying to find this truck, but weren't having a whole lot of luck with it. So we start looking at just kind of ancillary people that we didn't think were going to be that really important to our overall investigation. And while Detective Lamont, Detective Burrell were interviewing Mr. Ordway at the Potomac address, Detective Burrell, as he's already testified to, found this tire. He thought the tire looked similar to the one that was left on the scene, so he decided to bring it back to the police station.
And you already previously testified that you were able to compare the DOT numbers and see that they were manufactured at the same factory the same week.
Correct.
I want you to give me a brief overview into your investigation into an individual by the name of Henry Tenon. What did you start pulling in regards to Mr. Tenon?
Well, we initially didn't know that Mr. Tenon was related to the tire until later we found out that we went back and talked to Mr. Ordway some more and said, hey, where did this tire come from? And we realized that Henry Tenon's father actually owned a blue Ford Lariat. And that's when we started making this connection that, oh, wow, this truck is the one that matches the one we're seeing on surveillance. The tire found on the road belonged to a Ford F-150 of the same make and model. So then we started looking into Mr. Tenon as far as his financials, toll records, our phone records, everything that we'd normally do when we start looking at somebody.
Did you you mentioned pulling his financial records. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but did you also pull his phone records?
Yes, we did.
Did you identify him as having phone contact with the defendant, in this case, Mario Fernandez-Saldana, leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
And the jury's going to hear from a witness later about those phone records, but was that of significance to you in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Did you identify Mr. Tenon as having lived at the house at 5239 Potomac Avenue at some point?
Yes, he was a prior tenant.
Were you able to figure out where he was living when he came onto your radar as a serious suspect in July of 2022?
He was still living at the same residence. He just wasn't the listed tenant.
And at this point, you had not identified the shooter that we saw on the compilation video earlier.
Correct.
But you were aware that the shooter that you saw on video appeared to be a tall black male.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you describe for the jury Mr. Tenon's physical appearance?
He is a very broad-shouldered, very tall black male.
Did you also did you consider interviewing Mr. Tenon as a suspect in the case at that point?
At that time, we felt like he was probably a very good chance that he was somehow at least involved in this. So when we have a suspect like that, what we like to do is kind of take a step back and learn as much about them as we can before we just go in and start questioning them.
And to learn as much about him as you can, did you interview people that were associated with him?
Well, first we pulled his financials and records and all that stuff, and then we started talking to people who knew him.
Did that include individuals he worked with and his bosses at his job?
Yes.
Where did you discover Mr. Tenon worked when you were
Monison.
investigating him?
Sorry. Monison Pallets.
Where is Monison Pallets?
Maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the Potomac residence.
So that would be in the northwest quadrant of Jacksonville, Florida.
That's correct.
At some point, did you decide to further your investigation by placing Henry Tenon under arrest for charges other than the homicide we're investigating?
Yes, part of, once we realized that he was a suspect and likely had some type of involvement in this, we did start surveilling him, and eventually we knew that he did not have a valid driver's license and had been a habitual traffic offender. So we decided at that point to go ahead and arrest him.
And what charges did you arrest him on?
Felony DWLS or driving while license is suspended, and then I believe he was also charged with having a firearm as a convicted felon.
And the firearm he had, was that a firearm you actually collected during his arrest?
Yes, it was, I believe it's actually ruled as an antique fire shotgun.
It was not a handgun or a 10 millimeter firearm?
No,
Was it operable?
I don't believe so.
Did it meet the legal definition of firearm such that you all could proceed with that investigation?
No.
Briefly describe for the jury how it was that you came to get Mr. Tenon into custody.
We coordinated with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office since he lives in their jurisdiction. We kind of met with the Sheriff's Office, described how he was a suspect in our investigation. They agreed to essentially conduct the traffic stop and then bring him back to the Gun Intelligence Center here at the State Attorney's Office so that we can interview him.
And the Crime Gun Intelligence Center is a substation of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
Correct.
basically.
Yes.
When you brought Mr. Tenon back, were you able to obtain a DNA swab from him?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to obtain a cell phone from his person?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
When you arrested Mr. Tenon in August for driving on a suspended license, what vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a white Ford Crown Victoria.
Did he have a set of keys in his pocket?
Yes, he did.
And did those keys belong to a Crown Vic?
No,
What vehicle do they belong to?
the Ford F-150.
I'm showing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 192. Can you tell me what this is?
Those are the truck keys.
And are these truck keys you recovered from the person of Mr. Tenon during his arrest?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 95. Is this a swab of Mr. Tenon's cheek?
Yes.
And is this how you obtain an individual's DNA?
Yes.
And did you or one of your detectives, did you take the swab yourself?
I collected the swab.
And then here we have what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 127. Is this a cell phone that you took off Mr. Tenon's person during his arrest in August of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember the date he was arrested for the DWSR?
I have to check the exact date. I know it was in August, but you want to check?
Sure.
It was August 18th.
August 18th, 2022. And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 193. Is this a swab that was taken from those silver Ford keys that were recovered from Mr. Tenon's person during his arrest on August 18th?
Yes.
Once you collected those keys, these swabs, and Mr. Tenon's cell phone, were you able to do search warrants for cellular site location information for the number associated with the phone that you recovered?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to do a forensic download of that cell phone?
Yes.
We'll hear more about that later from a different witness, the expert witness on that. But overall, in general, did the cell site data from Mr. Tenon's cell phone place him in Jacksonville Beach the night of February 16th, 2022?
Yes, it did.
And did you send Mr. Tenon's DNA swab to the lab at ATF for comparison against the swab from the tire recovered from the crime scene and the swab of those vehicle keys?
Yes, we did.
What were the results that were relayed to you? Was Mr. Tenon's DNA included on that tire and those keys?
Yeah. Not using the language the.
Right, well, they're going to hear from the
used.
DNA expert, but
Yes,
just
it was basically a matched.
in terms of your investigation, were you able to confirm at that point, based on the cell site location data, the appearance of the shooter on camera and those DNA results that Henry Tenon, you believed at that point in your investigation to be the shooter.
Yes, that's correct.
So did you obtain a search warrant for Henry Tenon's belongings at 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes,
And do you recall what date it was that you executed the search warrant at Potomac Avenue?
I'm just gonna look at my record real quick. Just in October. It was October 5th.
Okay. I'm showing you, I'm going to go through some photographs fairly quickly and go through some items you collected at the house. This is States 101. Is this 5239 Potomac Avenue?
Yes, it is.
And does this picture accurately and fairly depict how the house looked and the appearance of the house in October of 2022?
Yes, it is.
And in States 102, are we just seeing another view of that home?
Correct. This is the angle from the other side of that vehicle.
States 103, is this the entrance of the house?
Yes,
Entryway into the home?
correct.
104, we see some bedrooms and we see that the tile has been ripped up off the floor.
Correct.
105, there is, how many bedrooms are in this house total?
I believe there are 3 bedrooms. This is just another view of that same hallway.
All right. 106, as I go through these, if you could just briefly narrate for the
Yeah,
jury.
this is
what
just
we're seeing.
the bathroom.
107,
One of the other bedrooms,
108.
another bedroom.
In States 109, was there mail for this address in Mr. Tenon's name at the residence?
Correct.
110, more mail in Mr. Tenon's name. 111, what is this we're looking at?
This is just the kitchen.
112,
Another picture of the bathroom.
113, we see the bathroom and the sink is broken.
Correct.
States 114, is this the interior of the garage?
That's correct.
115, another view of the garage.
Yes.
116, inside the garage looking out.
Yes.
117, if you're standing inside the garage, the left-hand side of the garage.
Correct.
States 118. Were you directed to this particular area by the current tenants of the home who had moved in after Mr. Tenon's arrest?
He stated that that's where a lot of Mr. Tenon's belongings have been placed.
Okay, so you specifically were looking in the garage in this area based on what these tenants told you where to look.
That's correct.
In 119, we see a pair of, or one boot. Was that boot later collected by evidence technicians that were present with you during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
And 119, I'm sorry, that was 119, 120,
Correct. The other boot.
121, what are we seeing?
Just another angle of the boot.
122,
Correct.
and 123 is the back of those boots.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was significant about these boots that made you all collect them?
They appeared to match the same boots that were in the video collected from Grande of the gentleman walking away from the crime scene.
And by gentleman, you mean the individual, the shooter?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to help me with this. Oh. Okay. Just right here is fine. You can put it here for now.
Sure.
Detective Johns, if you stand up, can you see the boots that are here?
I can see them.
Okay,
Those are the same boots we collected.
these are the boots that are collected. And you believe them to be consistent with the boots you can see on the shooter on the surveillance video the jury's watched previously?
That's correct.
Did you also collect a jacket in the home?
Yes.
And why did you collect, well, you collected several jackets, but in particular in examining these jackets afterwards, and this is States 128, what was significant about this particular jacket?
It also appeared to match the jacket that was being worn by the shooter.
I'm not sure. Could you do that? I think when he was answering, there's some,
Yes, that appeared to be the same jacket that was being worn by the shooter in the video.
I'm gonna go through the rest of these photos fairly quickly. States 124, is that the cell phone that you previously identified?
That's another cell phone, I believe.
I'm sorry, you're correct. Did you also collect a cell phone in the belongings of Henry Tenon? You took one off his person in August, and in October, did you find one with his belongings in the garage?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a cool pad cell phone. Did you also send this to the computer forensics unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for forensic examination?
Yes, we did.
And we'll hear more about that later. The jury is going to hear from ATF about the recovery of the blue two-toned truck. But I want you to explain to the jury how it was that you eventually located the suspect vehicle in this case.
Once I received Mr. Tenon's financial records, I located a transaction for a tow service. We then used his toll records and his data, location data, to basically see where he was at on that day. And we were able to track down the location of the truck.
And where was the truck located?
It was off of, it was at his friend's house, Mr. Jones' residence off University. I don't remember the exact address. I can look for you.
Did you actually go to the search warrant for that truck
Yes, I did.
to recover the truck?
Yes,
Okay. Was that at 1705 University Street?
yes,
And was that truck sealed, towed, and processed at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department's secured lot?
yes, it was.
Were you present for the processing of that truck?
Yes,
I'm gonna go through some. This is states 144. It's a picture of those keys I just showed you. Were you able to unlock the vehicle with those keys?
yes,
We're seeing here states exhibit 145. Is this the Ford F-150 that you recovered at 1705 University Street and processed at Jacksonville Beach?
yes, that's correct.
And we can see that it is in fact a Ford two-toned F-150. And does this truck have a tag number that matches the registration to Henry Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
Yes, it does.
States 147. We see that the vehicle has been sealed. Is that what these stickers indicate?
That's correct.
States 148 is the bed of the truck.
Correct.
States 149, what are we looking at here?
It was a spare tire that was underneath the truck.
And states 150,
It's the interior from the driver's door,
states 151,
the rear seat from the driver's side,
and states 152.
the box that is believed to have contained the boots.
And Mr. Mizrahi is gonna Vanna White for me and show you what's been marked as exhibit 168. Is that the box collected from the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Or was the box collected from the vehicle? Exhibit 153, what are we looking at here?
It's the passenger side front seat,
States 154,
passenger side back seat.
states 155. Can you explain to the jury what you found in the truck that you believe to be of evidentiary value and led to further investigation?
So if you've ever had business checks, they typically come with a stub that the business owner can retain so they can write a record of who they wrote the check to. This was found inside the truck and is basically the stub off of 3 business checks, but all 3 of them are still intact.
I'm going to show this. This is states exhibit 167. Are these the 3 check stubs that you recovered in the vehicle?
Yes, they are.
The same ones depicted in this photograph. Were you able to find the corresponding deposits for those check numbers in Mr. Tenon's financial records?
Yes,
And you're going to testify a little bit later about that, but to spoil the ending, were those checks written to Mr. Tenon by the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez?
yes, they were.
Okay, and we're seeing in states 156, a photograph of a steering wheel. Was the interior of Mr. Tenon's vehicle swabbed for the presence of DNA?
Yes, it was.
How many swabs were there approximately taken that day?
Dozens.
I'm going to ask you about one in particular, State's Exhibit 169. This is a swab from the steering wheel taken by an evidence technician, Ashley Hawkins. Were you present when she took the swabs of the interior of the vehicle, including this one of the steering wheel?
Yes, I was. And yes, that is it.
And did you also submit these swabs, and in particular this one, to ATF for forensic testing?
Yes, we did.
And as I stated, we'll hear from the analyst, but you also advised at some point during your investigation that Henry Tenon's DNA was included on this swab from the steering wheel as depicted in States 156.
Yes.
States 157, what are we looking at here?
There's contents inside the vehicle or from the vehicle.
States 158,
Same thing, statement for child support, I believe.
States 158, and that is under the name of Henry Tenon with the address of 5239 Potomac Ave.
Correct.
States 159, we see that there was some mailers in Mr. Tenon's vehicle in the name of Mario Fernandez with the address of 5239 Potomac Ave.
That's correct.
And those could
Junk
be
mail.
junk mail. States 160, are these more items from the interior of the vehicle?
Correct.
States 161, we see a JEA bill for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we see in States 152, another JEA bill for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac.
Yes, it's the same bill, just a different photo.
And here, the vehicle registration for the Ford F-150 under Henry Clement Tenon was actually located inside this truck.
That's correct.
Here we see, is that a picture of that here in States 163?
Yes.
And did you do investigation into Mr. Tenon's father, Henry Clement Tenon?
We knew he was deceased, but no, we didn't really do any kind of
Okay,
investigation.
that was my question. Was he alive during the murder of Jared Bridegan?
No,
He had passed away prior to Jared's death.
that's correct.
We see in States 164, IRS paperwork for Henry Tenon at 5239 Potomac Ave. And
That's
then
correct.
what are we seeing here in States 165?
It's a paycheck stub from Monis and Pallets for Mr. Tenon.
And it says Henry Tenon, 5239 Potomac Avenue, earnings for piecework. Was he paid by the piece, I guess, for his labor at Monis and Pallets?
As I understand it, yes. So
And then what are we seeing here in States 166?
this is for probably an ATM receipt for a cash withdrawal from PNC Bank.
And so this ATM receipt was located in the blue Ford F-150,
That's correct.
and the date and transaction for this
March,
transaction you'll testify about that later. States Exhibit 200, who is this?
that's Mr. Henry Tenon.
So as you were collecting this information and receiving cell site data results, placing Mr. Tenon in Jacksonville Beach the night of Jared Bridegan's murder, DNA results for the tire left at the crime scene, the truck and the keys, and other information, did you make the decision to arrest Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, we did.
Did you immediately arrest him after receiving this information?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what investigative technique or step you decided to utilize concurrent with the arrest of Henry Tenon?
We decided to use the arrest as what they call a tickle, because we were going to do a T3 wire, or what is commonly referred to as a wiretap, on people that we believed were also involved in the homicide.
So this is the last area of your testimony we're going to get to today. And I want to ask you a little bit about what a wiretap is. Can you explain to the jury what a wiretap is?
It is the most intrusive thing that the government could probably do to a person, and that is to listen to your private phone conversations. It's something that we take very seriously. There's a long process. A written affidavit has to go before the state attorney, who has to sign off on it, and then go before a judge. And only then, if it's approved, do we get authorization to listen to these telephone conversations.
In this case, when did you decide to arrest Mr. Tenon? What was the, I guess, target date for his arrest to complete this wiretap?
I believe it was in August. I'm gonna check my notes here.
I'm sorry, not the decision to seek the wiretap, the date that Mr. Tenon was going to be arrested while the wiretap was up and running.
Give me 1 second. Just want to check my notes. It was in January 2025 that he was arrested, and that was what we used to kind of get the wire going.
So you mentioned that a wiretap is probably the most intrusive act the government can do to its own citizens. How do you get authority to conduct a wiretap? Do you just set it up and?
Basically, you have to prove that you've tried everything else possible to solve a crime and that nothing else has really kind of worked. But you have to also kind of show that people have a tendency to talk about a crime. That's not really generally true of homicides. However, we had seen in past times that the other suspects that we were targeting had talked about the homicide. So we basically drafted an affidavit that said, hey, we've tried everything we can to bring this case to justice. We've been unsuccessful with doing so. We do believe that by this specific action will generate conversations that will be relevant to our investigation, not just any conversation. And then we basically write an affidavit stating all of this, how we plan to do it. And then rules are drafted as to what we can listen to, what we can't listen to, and usually for a very specific period of time.
Who runs the wiretap?
I mean, it is really the judge's wiretap.
You have to seek judicial approval to go up on a wire.
That's correct.
And in this case, did you seek judicial approval to go up on a wire for several persons of interest and or suspects?
Yes, we did.
And what were the names of the individuals that you were seeking approval for to wiretap their phones?
Shanna Gardner, Mr. Fernandez, a couple of Ms. Gardner's siblings or associates, Kim Jensen, Jeremy Ordway, John Biggerstaff.
And those were individuals that were relevant to your investigation that you believed would communicate with each other.
That's correct.
The focus for wiretap is on specific individuals, but do you just put their names in the affidavit? How do you identify who you'll be listening to?
Well, first we have to basically identify that the number that we have for that person is actually associated with that person. That is their actual telephone number. We also have to identify the individual and make sure that we're targeting the right person. We're not listening to someone else's conversations. And so basically that's all part of the affidavit that would be put in front of the judge.
Are you allowed to listen to everything people are talking about on a wiretap?
No, they're basically, there'd be people who would be trained with certain guidelines that would be issued by the court as to what you can and can't listen to. They might listen to a very small snippet of the conversation. If it's determined that the conversation is basically irrelevant to our investigation, then they would stop listening for a little while. And then if the conversation were to go on, then they might listen again to make sure that it's still a relevant conversation. But they're only listening for things that are actually relevant to our actual investigation.
And who determines the guidelines for when you can listen and not listen to a conversation?
That'd be all part of the stipulations that the judge would stipulate.
So the judge gives you parameters for what you can and can't listen to.
That's correct.
Are those time related and content related?
Correct. It'd be something like, oh, you can listen for so many seconds. If you determine that they're having a relevant conversation, you need to stop listening maybe for a minute or two. Then you can go back and check the phone call. Same thing, if they start off talking about a relevant topic, but then stop talking about it, you can only listen for so many seconds and then you would need to stop.
And are there fail safes and protections in place to prevent you from intercepting privileged communications?
Any number that we knew that would be a privileged person that we knew about, we would program that into the software, and that would automatically block those calls from coming up on the listener's screen. If it was a conversation our number that we missed, and it was realized, as soon as it was realized, they would stop recording the call.
You mentioned earlier a phrase, tickle the wire. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
An event that is basically prearranged by law enforcement, so it spurs conversation about the actual crime that we're trying to record.
And the event that you're going to use to spur conversation, does that also have to be outlined in the affidavit and approved by the judge?
Yes, it does.
In this case, in January of 2023, you said you were going to use the arrest of Henry Tenon to spur conversation or tickle the wire.
That's correct.
How was that plan in place to come about? What was the mode of communicating to these suspects that Henry Tenon was arrested or going to be arrested?
A news conference was going to be held announcing the arrest of Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan.
A news conference was going to be held by whom?
Jack's Beach Police.
And was that news conference planned in order to elicit conversation?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury how it was that you disseminated that information out into the community?
We disseminated it through the media.
So you announced to the media you were having a press conference. What did you tell the media that you were going to do?
Well, I think it was basically told in advance, hey, there's a big break coming in the case. So they would have basically getting them interested in wanting to report on it. And then after that, we would do the announcement.
So the event or the tickling of the wire was telling the media that you were going to have a press conference and announce a big break in regards to the Jared Bridegan case?
Correct.
And did you have that press conference?
Yes.
Were you up on the wire before the press conference?
Yes.
And did you intercept any calls? And I'm going to speak specifically in relation to this defendant, Mario Fernandez, during that wiretap.
Yes, we did.
During that wiretap, after the media announced to the community at large that there was a big break in the Jared Bridegan case, did you intercept, observe, or otherwise find any communications between Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner?
No.
At that point, based on your investigation, were you also surveilling these people real time?
Yes, we were.
And why are you surveilling individuals that you're seeking a wiretap for?
To make sure that you're not intercepting the conversation of somebody else or if you're basically, that's the biggest reason.
At the time you conducted the wiretap and had surveillance and eyes on Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner, where were they physically located in the country?
Ms. Gardner was in Washington State, and I believe Mario was in Orlando at that point. I don't remember if it was in Jacksonville or in Orlando at that point.
They were not living together.
No.
Following the arrest of Henry Tenon and that wiretap, did you later seek an indictment against Mario Fernandez for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes, we did.
And did you all effectuate that indictment and arrest him in March of 2023?
Yes.
Did you hold another press conference then?
I don't believe so.
When you arrested Mr. Fernandez, did you obtain a phone off of his person?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 184. It's a Samsung Galaxy A13 has a case on it. Is this the phone that was taken from the person of Mr. Fernandez during his arrest?
I'm not sure if that was the phone that was taken. Let's see. Yes,
If I grab the wrong phone.
that was the
let me know.
phone. It is his phone, yes.
It's Mr. Fernandez's phone.
Yes.
184. When you obtained Mr. Fernandez's phone, did you also submit it to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Computer Forensics Unit for a forensic download?
Yes, we did.
I have one last thing to show you before we conclude with you for now. I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 194. It is a video dated January 25th, 2023. Is that the day that you all arrested Henry Tenon for the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
And we're seeing a room or building here. What area, location is this that we see?
That is the CJIC office.
The Crime Gun Intelligence Center.
Yes.
And I'm going to play this video. It doesn't have sound, it's audio only.
You mean video?
There's no audio. And we can see some people in this video. Is this yourself that we see and your partner, Detective Lamont?
Yes, that's correct.
And this video in the upper right-hand corner says Axon Body 2. Is this being recorded with a video camera or a phone or a body camera?
It's a JSO body camera.
Does Jacksonville Beach have body cams?
At the time, no.
And we see an individual here where at 15:34:18 in the timestamp, who is the individual we see walking in the green jumpsuit?
Mr. Henry Tenon.
And Detective Johns, what was the purpose behind having JSO record Mr. Tenon on body cam walking after his arrest?
He has a very unique gait or style of walking. And that was to show that it matched the style of walking that was on the surveillance video from Grotto.
I'm showing you one last slide. This is is this a slide that you or one of your teammates spliced together of different surveillance clips that you recovered from February 16, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is this is a composition of several clips that were included in a video the jury's already seen, State's Exhibit 91. And we just saw Mr. Tenon walking, and this is a video showing video footage of the shooter walking. And you all made this in order to compare the gait of Mr. Tenon to the gait of the individual you see here.
That's correct.
And here in this video, you were referencing earlier that you collected some boots and a jacket that appeared consistent with video footage that you had obtained.
That's correct.
Yes.
Mayor, that concludes my questions at this time. We're going to recall Detective Johns later in the state's case.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to end today's session, and if you would just leave your notepads on your chair. And I want to thank you all for your time and your attention today. We will start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. See you tomorrow morning. Right, everyone may be seated. Detective Johns, before you are excused as a witness, I want to remind you again, just like that shorter break, you are still considered to be on the witness stand. Your cross-examination will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you could be here maybe just a few minutes early so that we can go ahead and get you situated on the witness stand, that would be helpful. Additionally, you cannot, generally speaking, you could talk to the lawyers, but because you are technically still on the witness stand, you cannot. So if you would just follow those rules over the night's recess, and I'll see you tomorrow morning,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? With your water bottle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, you can, well, I'll go ahead and excuse you. Detective Johns, when you leave, a couple of things I want to let everyone, that is mainly the gallery, know that's come to this court's attention, that it is incumbent upon me that I address. There are certain rules of decorum in a courtroom, especially detective, you can go, it's okay. Okay, so there are certain rules of decorum that have to be enforced in a courtroom of law. Let me say before I start that first, number one, I know on both sides of the aisle that the emotions are running high. Number two is that this court is sensitive to both sides basically settling something that is so close to emotion and heart. So this doesn't come lightly. And I know that it's hard and it's outside of normal human interactions, but for a courtroom of law. There are a couple of things. Disputes in a courtroom of law have to be resolved by the fact finder. They can't be resolved by the court, and they definitely cannot be resolved by the court of public opinion. That's why at every juncture, I have to tell the jurors not to look out what may be reported and what may not. People on the internet, their opinions do not matter. But what does matter is that we cannot have any distraction whatsoever. And I'm not saying, and I will say for the record, I've been looking at the evidence, not necessarily at the jury. I haven't been as attentive to what's going on in the gallery, but it has been recorded by the cameras in the courtroom that there have been expressions of either disapproval or approval, and there cannot be any. And when I say none, I mean absolutely none. There haven't been any sounds, but there can't be head shaking, head nodding. And I don't think the jury, because I've been watching them, they've been either looking down at the evidence or looking at the witness. So I don't believe, for the record, I do not see the jury having this be a distraction. But if even the slightest glance would go over to the audience, it cannot be that, hey, the audience agrees or they disagree. Matters like this have to be settled by evidence and law, and that's it. So I just want to mention that, and I know that you all have representatives that talk to you about it, but I want to make sure that you know that the cameras are picking it up, and I don't want to see it. And this is a general addressing, and so anyone else that is seen doing that will no longer be in this courtroom. All right. So I hate to end like that, but I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. Oh, to check 152 and 162. During the testimony, you indicated that the close-up photo of Tenon's JEA bill is 152. And if you could just resolve that conflict for the record. Can you check those two numbers and see which one you were referring to? Is it only electronically?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's photos over there, but it's quicker electronically.
Can you go back?
I think it just was mislabeled by my paralegal.
What is it?
It's
The
supposed,
JEA bill.
it's supposed to be 150, I mean, 162. It's
Okay.
labeled in the binder.
It is. So for the record, when Ms. Stifler was referring to that exhibit, it's 162. All right, court's adjourned. Thank you.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with Toonby, you can generate a high-converting video, just like the one you're watching right now. But instead of telling you about how amazing Toonby really is, why don't I just show you? Let's say we want a bee explaining the law of gravity. Just paste it, as strange as it sounds, and boom, in 1 second, you have everything created. Let's say that maybe you want a discount promo video for an online app. Just type that, and our AI will take care of that for you. Or a real-world example. Create a "We Are Open" video for my coffee shop. Amazing, right? And remember, this isn't just animation. This is AI-powered storytelling. Creating cartoon videos has never, ever been easier. If you can click a mouse, you can create studio-quality cartoon videos in minutes. Every animation in this video was generated with Toonby, and you're still watching. That proves how engaging cartoon videos truly are. Cartoon videos educate better, capture attention longer, and convert faster, making them one of the smartest investments you can make for your business. So here's the deal. If you visited toonby.ai right now, you'd see that Toonby is sold as a monthly service. But today, on this page, you have a rare opportunity